Stations are small, you know, they apply, it's responsible.
And the typical, you know, the lot times that you're saying, it's not me. And you're saying, yes, it is.
We're capital.
And you're, they're kids.
Oh, steam pump. No.
Yes.
Well, we should definitely talk because he can apply through one of our, we have some changes. We granted it there. Money. We have very different ways. But you go, that's the, just right. You'll see generally what we do. You can just look at the guidelines real quick and say, oh, okay, look at it. Same thing with the town. You know. Yeah, so. No, I've talked to, you know, a lot of. No, I know. I have to see how many applicants we got from, you know, we go by elected districts, you know, but I have to see how many from, you know, we can pull how many come from from Brookhaven, proper or the surrounding areas. But we've been really pushing that to like building land to tape block. Right. Again, cannot score if you don't shoot. And so, I mean, we do have to give money, 62 counties. That's every state. So we do have to spread the money around and we don't have to. Even come down. Well, it's right.
You can go with that.
Well, that's discuss about. We're the same Google, then you go on. The state responds you as a. Yeah, to say.
It's
They should. It's a good one.
It's amazing. Even the CV shares in these. The next day. It was.
That's how. Usually involved.
Succeed, yes.
Yes. Most of them.
Yeah. Okay, I'll throw to you for doing a kickoff for us or? Good to see you. Oh, good to see you. Dude.
You know what it is? You're not gonna listen, basically says it to somebody. Everybody said they had the right one, and they said it to the wrong one, wrong with the right person, the right one, the left one, but this is what happened. And so that's why we're now ready to go, and it is streaming live. We are scheduled to run until noon for the morning part of the session, break for lunch, and then regroup at 12:45. So that having been said, for those of you who know, restrooms are across the hall, fire exit and right on this way, we cannot. Or take part. You guys know who you are. Let's get started.
Okay, good morning, good morning. Welcome everybody to the fourth meeting of the New York State 250th Commemoration Commission being held here at the Queens Library in Flushing. It is really truly great to see many of you. Many of you have had some long travels to get here today. But there's much like when we tour our state parks and we put on a lot of events like many of you do. There's nothing that replaces this, right? Face to face. We have some friends online as well. And just truly excited, right? Since our last meeting, since our first meeting, I should say, we've had some commemorations, keeping with the integrity of the 250th Commission, everything from Lexington and Concord, the seizure of Fort Niagara, Crown Point by Benedict Arnold and Ethan Allen. So it's nice to say, from the very first meeting that we're actually in the midst, in the middle of what we all signed on to in this great, volunteer role, in this appointed role. And that's a commemoration of the 250th. I'm Randy Simons. I am Parks Commissioner, State Parks Commissioner, Office of Parks Preservation, or Recreation and Historic Preservation, and the co-chair of the Rev 250 Commission. And my colleague here, always great to see you, Doctor.
Same here. So I just want to say it's always exciting, and I love the fact that we are getting close to a year from now, and really being able to think about all the wonderful things and all the wonderful projects. And I know that many of our staff who are not here present but are behind the scenes and support Devin and certainly David are always thinking about how do we showcase our amazing state and show not only our students, our communities, of all the wonderful things that we want to really highlight as we think about this amazing celebration. And for that, I am so grateful to have an amazing partner.
Thank you. And before we go around the horn, Just want to recognize some of our friends who are listening online today. As you recognize from our last introduction at the last meeting, Barbara Lee Diamondstein Spielvogel, as you recall, the longest serving New York City Landmarks Preservation Commissioner, and led the Bicentennial Commission. So knows a little something about about our history and what we are all trying to collectively, collaboratively achieve with this commission. Barbara Lee, it's great to have you with us. Lauren Roberts, Brian Stratton, and Steve Israel, all commission members, also listening online today. So with that, Devin, I'll start with you. We'll go around the horn, just make a quick introductions. We'll get right to it.
Hi, good morning. Devin Lander, New York State Historian at the State Museum, part of the State Ed Department.
Marie Salerno, former president and CEO, founder of the National Parks of New York Harbor Conservancy and the Federal Hall Conservancy.
Erica Ballin, New York State Council on the Arts.
Good morning. I'm Kevin Matthews, Deputy Director at the Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture.
David Allen, I teach history at the SUNY Maritime College in the Bronx.
Good morning, Barbara Russell, Town of Brookhaven historian.
Rich Pizak, Niagara Frontier Council of Social Studies and the Schools.
Lisa Romano Moore, Executive Director of the Onondaga Historical Association in Syracuse.
Joe Brill, Director of Public Information at the New York State Office of General Services.
I'm Constance Kehoe. I serve as president of Revolutionary Westchester, that's Westchester County, Revolutionary Westchester 250.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Louise Mirror. I'm President and CEO of the New York Historical, New York's first museum.
Good morning, I'm Christine Nicholas. I am chair of the New York State Tourism Advisory Council. I also chair the Broadway Association, which you'll hear a little bit later about a special event that we're planning for that mission.
Ross Levi, I'm the Executive Director of the New York State Division of Tourism and Vice President at Empire State Building.
And I'm Justin Cartwright. I'm the Director of Government Relations at the New York State Department of State.
Okay, thank you very much. And it really just since we last met, there have been some developments that we had discussed at previous meetings. We participated in Two Lights for Tomorrow. We recognized lighting two or some landmarks all across New York State in recognition of this. The White House created a task force. We held a conference call with all 50 states. We have provided a summary of that discussion in your packets today. And if many have had a chance to review this, if there are any questions, feel free to raise them. It could be now, it could be at some point during the discussion of this meeting. And the Hawaiian 250th Commission is coordinating a nationwide a reading of the Declaration of Independence for July 4th of next year. And of course, the big news, right? The big news, the state budget. State budget was passed, and it was the right budget for many agencies for our mission, for which we collectively serve. As it did include an appropriation of $5 million for the Rev 250. We were very pleased. And we were watching the temperature in Washington very closely. When it comes to a lot of funding levels from a federal grant, process and protocol, but to see $5 million commitment from New York State in this inaugural year of the mission we're attempting to serve was welcome, and we're excited to have a creative and collaborative discussion, and we want to share some ideas on some initial thoughts on where some of that funding can be pointed to, certainly through the State Education Department and the Office of Parks, Recreation, and Historic Preservation. And with that, I think I'll kick it off to Dr. Devin Lander for our first discussion today, which is really just a state budget update and next steps and preliminary plans.
David. So, good morning, Commission. My name is David Frank. I'm the Assistant Commissioner for Strategic Partnerships in the Office of the Commissioner. I work very closely with Commissioner Rosa. And as Randy said, we were very pleased to see in the state budget $5 million allocated to the Commission for operation to create a foundation for the work that lies ahead, really over the next 10 years. And we hope that the $5 million allocation is just a down payment. And not meant to be just for all 10 years, but rather for that first year to get things started. But we really do thank all of the commission members for your support, your advocacy, certainly our partners in state government in New York State Parks for making this happen. This really is a commitment by the governor and the legislature to highlight the incredible history and work happening here in New York State, not only of the revolution, but as you're hearing in the presentation, the unfinished revolution over the next 250 years of our nation's founding. So let's see if this does work. Great. I'll say I had a lot of fun creating this presentation and finding pictures that I thought represented the state of New York. And so, as I said, in the state budget, we were appropriated $5 million. Half of that money will go to parks. Half of that money will go to the state education department. And we're each developing a plan, a budgetary plan to expend these funds in a complementary way. And so state education has expertise in one area, parks in another. And so we're working very closely to ensure that this $5 million is impactful. Today, what we're presenting to you is the state education department's budgetary plan, not parks budgetary plan. And we are asking the commission for a vote to recommend this plan. We hope that you'll recommend it so that we can move forward and start working with some of our strategic partners in this work. And you'll see that there's many moving pieces that we're proposing to ensure that the impact is not only in places like Queens in New York City, but from Montauk to Cattaraugus County and everywhere in between. So the pillar for this, there really are 3 pillars to the work that we'll present in our budgetary plan. The first one is to promote civic engagement and excitement around New York's 250th. We've looked a lot at what happened in 1976 around the bicentennial and trying to create buzz and information around for people so that one, they know about the 250th, but they're also able to celebrate our nation's incredible history and the struggle, trials and tribulations that Americans had up until this day to ensure that we're implementing the ideals of our founding fathers. This is also serious historical work. So we're working very closely with our state historian, of course, Devin Lander. And we want to make sure that that it is a celebration, but it's a serious celebration, one that's deeply rooted in the rich history of our state, and that we include voices of all New Yorkers, whether they're descendants of enslaved peoples, our indigenous partners and neighbors, or migrants who came to this country in the 19th or 20th century. The third pillar is around public education. We are the New York State Education Department. And so we want to ensure that the work happening is also that our schools are part of that narrative. And that students have an opportunity to learn, and that it's part of their journey, their K-12 journey, and beyond, colleges, universities, adult education as well. For those of you who know, I put a picture there of General Herkimer at the Battle of Oriskany, and so it was difficult to find, but I'm very proud of it. So to do this work, to implement this vision, we have 3 strategies that we're proposing to you today to bring this vision to reality. So strategy 1 is what we call history in our backyard, and you've heard Commissioner Rosa talk about this before. This strategy really is to ensure that across New York State, people feel that they're experiencing that 250th mission, and that they are aware of the mission and vision of this commission. And we're doing that through our partners in education across the state. We're not looking to reinvent the wheel, but we're looking to partner with existing resources that are already doing this work and to elevate, expand, and focus that work as well. So the first group of partners are our incredible education TV stations. And I want to thank our colleague at State Ed, Jackie Stapleton, who has been a great partner in connecting us with public television stations from WLIW on Long Island all the way to WNED in the Niagara Frontier and Buffalo area. And as we heard at the last commission meeting in Yonkers, public television stations are already creating resources and supports for the 250th. And we're looking to, as I mentioned before, to expand those resources, to get those resources into schools. And you'll see as we go through the other two strategies, ensure that public television, educational TV are complementary to those strategies. And even you'll see the strategy 3, we hope actually to partner with education TV to actually implement that strategy. And we'll giving you a little tickler, so you'll stay with me. Some of the deliverables are, and of course, I should mention our Archives Partnership Trust, who we would partner with as our fiscal sponsor. They're already have worked with us. Many of you remember the brochures that we sent out to raise funds, and Archives Partnership Trust. And Janet Braga, who's the executive director, will be helping us implement all of these strategies. So the deliverables will be region-specific content through our education TV stations, videos, worksheets, programs, opportunities for students and communities to come together to learn more about the 250th. We'll be asking them to expand upon the work that you heard last time from WMHT in the Capital Region, and get this content out. Television specials, as we're looking forward to Ken Burns coming to New York State on the 10th of September, building upon that work. We also want to ensure that we're working closely with our Indigenous nations. And so part of the allocation to implement strategy 1 is to highlight and support Indigenous art and artists. We'd like to commission 2 wampum belts to signify the importance of the American 250. We're looking to work with an Indigenous artist, Linda Chavez Wallace, who's a member of the Unkachog Nation on Long Island, to develop art that's tangible, that we can display at the State Museum and throughout the state, to commemorate that lasting collaboration with our Indigenous nations and what was then the newly formed republic, but to this day, the state of New York. We're also looking to commission some Indigenous art to commemorate the complexities of the American Revolution and the complex story that it wasn't a joyous celebration for every New Yorker, that it was complicated. And so we're looking to work with our Indigenous partners with that. We also, the State Museum is right now is developing a exhibit on the Revolutionary War that will last for the 10 years of the celebration of the 250th. And so we'll be supporting some of that work in this budget plan to expand and deepen the work at the New York State Museum. We also want to partner with other agencies, other organizations that will provide some in-kind supports to implement the History in Our Backyard strategy. So one is the William Pomeroy Foundation. Many of you have probably seen their historical markers across the state. They're beautiful, and they're building upon the legacy of New York State Education Department's historical markers from the 30s. And many of you driving down the thruway probably see those giant historical markers at the rest stops. But the Pomeroy Foundation, as you know, has been continuing that work, interpreting New York State history, bringing it to life as you drive down our highways and byways. I actually know the New York State Byway Association's here as well. And so with a partnership that Devin Lander has fostered, we'll be working with the Pomeroy Foundation to reinterpret the Sullivan Clinton campaign markers that exist across New York State. We anticipate, and I don't want to put the cart before the horse, but we anticipate that they'll be providing about $500,000 to $600,000 in kind supports to reinvent those markers. And reinterpreting those markers needs to be done with and in partnership with our 9 Indigenous nations that we have a government-to-government relationship with in New York State. And so part of the funds, as you'll see in the next slide, will be for stipends to support Indigenous voice as we reinterpret these markers. The last, and building upon our incredible partnership with New York State Parks, History in Our Backyard is about getting students to the historical sites in New York State. Parks has an incredible program called Connect Kids. And we'll be working with Parks to ensure that that program, that schools across New York State are aware of that program, getting kids to New York State parks, New York State historical sites, as part of the celebration. And also taking those resources that are being developed by our educational TV partners and then letting kids actually see and do this work, learning about the revolution and then going to places across the state to actually bring it to life. And that really is part of the larger philosophy of the state education department as we're rethinking what a high school and elementary, middle school experience looks like through our graduation measures work. So you'll see here our budget of the $2.5 million allocated to state ed. We're allocating about $1 million for this. Everything from, and I mentioned these as I was talking, the museum exhibit, restoration of artwork as part of that exhibit. There was New York State Education Department, as part of our museum collection, has a giant portrait of George Washington that's hung in the Capitol for a number of years. It desperately needs to be restored, and then we'll restore it and then put it on display. It's our plan right now. Art and the two wampum belts. Actually, I got the privilege yesterday of going to the State Museum, seeing the existing wampum belts that exist in our collection. But we would want to work with Linda Chavez Wallace to create new Indigenous art to highlight the complexities of the revolution. Our partnerships with educational TV, stipends out for Indigenous voices to reinterpret the Sullivan Clinton markers, and then of course the human capital to do this work through project management. And then the Archives Partnership Trust would be facilitating the transfer of these funds, and so we would need to support the management of that work as well. Strategy 2 is about empowering local partners, and many of you are around the table and on the commission. This strategy is critically important to our work. As I said, we don't want to reinvent the wheel, and we want to, I'm sorry for the formatting issue there, but we wanted to ensure that the bulk of the funding for that state ed is allocated is going right back out to local county 250 organizations to create events, commemorations, historical interpretations for the celebration of the America 250. And our hope is that this is a down payment on the work that we envision happening over the next 10 years. So the goal is to ensure that in every of the 62 counties of New York, that there is some activity happening around the 250th. We'll create a yet to be determined formula to allocate this $1.3 million out to those 62 county organizations, the 250th committees or designated organizations that are carrying out this work. And then provide it to them, as I said, to not only partner with local TV, educational TV stations, state ed and parks, but also to engage in local programming as you see fit, whether that's events or talks or creating educational resources, getting students to historic sites. That'll be left up to the local 62 county organizations. We'll, of course, because we're the state, we'll create guardrails around that. Probably very broad guardrails. We want to, in the words of former President Bush, let 1,000 flowers bloom and make sure that, for example, in Yates County, they're able to celebrate the 250th in ways that meets their needs. And then in places like Westchester County, they're able to celebrate in the ways that meet their needs. So this really is not a one size fits all, but this is rather investing in local opportunity. We hope to, we will also partner with the Archives Partnership Trust to get this funding out efficiently and quickly. And in places where in counties where there are not existing 250th committees or organizations, we'll partner with the BOCES organizations to ensure that in every one of the 62 counties, there's something happening around the 250th.
Put a pin on, just so some of you may not be I don't know, can you hear me? Yeah. We have 37 OC superintendents that report to us, so we're going to be leaning heavily on them. And we have been doing presentations
Mhm.
for them so that there's an awareness, and we've got this amazing, what I call, group of individuals that really are carrying out the message in a very, very local kind of way.
And we do think they are great resources, and they really are we call them the rubber, where the rubber of education policy meets the road. And there's great conveners of local partners, industry, education, higher ed, K through 12. And so even if there is a 250th in your county, and many of you represent these organizations, but we do hope that you'll consider partnering with the BOCES on that. The last strategy we call Tapestry of New York. This is an image of, it's called the Quilt of Belonging. So it's an indigenous group out of Ottawa that has created an incredibly beautiful quilt. I don't have a picture of the actual quilt. This is a student-made quilt. But in terms of not reinventing the wheel, we want to make sure that we're working with partners and people who have expertise in this area. And at the State Education Department, Commissioner Rosa and the entire department believe strongly in the arts, and that the arts bring history and our content matters to life. And if we're going to celebrate this, we need to, the 250th, we need to meet students where they are and get them excited. And so Strategy 3, Tapestry of New York, really is about fostering the arts and using quilt making as a tool to not only get schools, all 731 school districts across New York, from New York City, the largest school district in the nation, to little school districts up in the Adirondacks that might have 150, 200 students. Get kids, elementary, middle, and high school students really excited about the 250th, but also allowing them to interpret what the 250th, and particularly the unfinished revolution, what it means to them through the arts. And this has been successful in other parts of the country, in Canada, and we want to bring that here to New York. There are organizations like Quilts of Belonging that already have tools and templates where students can create quilt squares of their own. I mean, you can see there's one example on the screen of a student-made quilt, and you can see there's others. It depends on what grade level and your artistic abilities, but every student can interpret the 250th from their own perspective through quilt making. And I also remember one of our first commission meetings at Ganondagan State Historic Site, just the incredibly beautiful quilts that they have on display there, one of which was commemorating the Sullivan Clinton campaign. And it really brought that part of history alive to me, particularly as we want schools to teach more about the history of the revolution. Good, bad, promising, not so promising, and everywhere in between. So part of the strategy 3 is working with an organization. It might be the Quilt of Belonging group, but it might not be, to coordinate quilt making, whether it's on paper or whether it's a physical quilt, the squares across New York State. Again, in all 731 school districts. We do plan to work with all 37 BOCES and what we call the Big 5 city school districts. They're a separate organization, to develop templates and tools so that students, teachers would have lesson plans, students would have a square that they can either color in, or they can use mixed media to create quilts out of felt or fabric, and that we would then have a contest across the state where we would have regional contests facilitated by our BOCES or our Big 5 city school districts. And then we would create both a digital and a physical New York State tapestry that we hope would not only be in the State Museum, but would travel across the state, as we've seen very successful interpretation of history through quilt making. I will just say I was recently in Washington, D.C., and I went to the Renwick Gallery, which for those of you who've never been, I would highly recommend it. It's right across the street from the White House. And they had an incredible exhibit on protest quilts. And throughout the history of the United States, people have used quilts to interpret the world around them. And they've used the arts to make that accessible to everyone, to all New Yorkers, whether you're a newly arrived migrant and beginning your journey on the American dream, or whether your family came over on the Mayflower. And so as you can see here, we have some funding allocated to that, both the digital platform and the physical quilts. Here's an overview of our budget plan at a 50,000-foot level. As you can see, the bulk of the funding would go out to localities, to local organizations. And again, our hope is that this is a down payment and that you'll join both Parks and State Ed in advocating for additional funding, particularly given the championship that we've seen from both Assemblymember Warner and Senator Mayer to get this initial, as I said, down payments of 2.5 million for State Ed. As I mentioned before, we hope to, 5 million sounds like a lot of money, and it is, and we're very grateful. But it only goes so far. And so we hope not only to build upon the relationship that we have at State Ed, the incredible relationship with Parks, but also some of those external organizations that I mentioned before, whether it's the Pomeroy Foundation, Salesforce, NYS 250 has been a great partner. I don't believe they're able to be here today, but we've heard from them before on getting kids out onto those tall ships. We hope to partner with some industry partners using the Archives Partnership Trust. New York has such a rich industry base, whether that's agriculture, large companies like Chobani are based right here in New York State, near the Rome, Utica area, or whether it's finance, the center of finance, of course, of the world is here in New York City. And so we hope to build upon that to actually bring artifacts, bring art exhibits, and further invest in New York 250 through bringing, for example, the Quilts of Belonging from Ottawa down to perhaps the New York State Museum. So that being said, that's our plan in a nutshell. I'm happy to take any questions that you have, but we would ask the commission for a vote to recommend and endorse this budget plan so that we can move forward and start encumbering the funds that were allocated by the legislature, and start getting those funds not only out to the 62 counties and their local 250 organizations, but also our schools, our education TV partners, and we're just so excited to, after talking for so long, to actually be able to invest in the 250 and make New York an exemplar for the rest of the country.
David, it's Lisa Romano-Moore from Onondaga County. I'm curious about the selection of the artists to do the replica wampum. Was there a call for proposals, or how did you go about choosing the artists to complete those? I'm interested in if they're Haudenosaunee, or if they're it sounds like they aren't from the Haudenosaunee Confederacy.
Yeah, so that's a great question. And so there's a very limited number of people who actually do this work. We thought we thought it was very important that the person who we would commission, and we're still working with them, so we would need to get quotes, and ultimately it might not work out, but we hope that it will. But we thought it was important that they were an enrolled member of a nation that has a government-to-government relationship with New York State. There is currently 9 nations. 6 of them are in the Haudenosaunee Confederacy, and then we have 2 on Long Island, the Shinnecock and the Unkachog Nation.
You said she's an Unkachog.
She's Unkachog, yes. And so one, she's done work for us before, and so we have exhibits in her collection. But we also thought that it was important that the art that we would create is actually, it's not glass beads or polymer, but it actually was quahog shells.
Yeah.
And the Unkachog Nation supply most of the quahog shells, even if let's say Onondaga Nation is doing the wampum belt, the quahog shells would come from the Unkachog Nation, and they have their sources where they get this. We have also, I will say, we also have been speaking to a few people from the Onondaga, from one person from the Onondaga Nation, one person from the Seneca Nation, if it falls through, but we wanted to keep costs to a certain level. And also we had a timeline, and they get a lot of, it's slow going, and they get a lot of commissions. So we thought she was a good person to work with. But if there are other recommendations, we are open to talking to other people as well.
Okay, thank you. I'll collect
Thank you.
connect with you after the.
If I can just add that we also commissioned from the same artist, Wampum Belt.
great.
And it's really, tells a marvelous story. And I would endorse the selection. It was a great experience for us working together with her and her father.
Yes, and Chief Harry Wallace, he's actually on our Indigenous
Yes.
Education Advisory Committee.
Yeah.
But what I also like about this budget item is we are looking to commission a wampum belt from Lydia, but we hope to have funding in that budget line to commission Indigenous art. And then we would look to the Haudenosaunee Nation. We have a wonderful Indigenous contemporary art collection at the State Museum. And so we would use those connections. Gwen Saul
Yeah.
is our curator for Indigenous art. And yesterday, actually, I got the privilege of going to actually see, as I mentioned, the wampum belts in our collection, many of them from the Haudenosaunee Nation. And so we want to be very inclusive of everyone.
And just so you know, and David emphasized it, we have built such an incredible, powerful relationship with our advisory. And really truly have built not only a relationship in terms of the artwork and the work, but the respect and the issue. We're even working with, on Long Island, the center that's doing the language and culture.
Yes, it's SUNY.
SUNY's, yeah. And so we're really trying to pull all of these components and pieces to, and that has a lot to do with higher education. So it's not just the P12 space, but also the higher education in ways that we are celebrating and acknowledging a lot of, their contributions.
Thank you.
Yes, I want to say, because I am familiar with the indigenous part of the Indigenous collection in the state museums, I would definitely offer up David Von Martin, who's an artist that should be in your collection. Also, Jeremy Dennis are two very well-known artists from the Shinnecock Nation.
Great, thank you.
Agreed.
Thank you.
In terms of running the New York Safety Council on the Arts, we have a pretty robust folk arts community that we can tap into as well, all across the state. From the Shinnecock, we know Jeremy Dennis as well. But they're for both new commissions and the belt itself.
And I think we would also.
Please feel free to call upon us.
Yes,
Absolutely,
I
yeah.
appreciate that. And also for the quilt.
Absolutely.
Would be
No,
great.
all of these things.
And I'm sure you've been to the Renwick
Yes,
Museum. So
gorgeous. But be very excited to be part of that.
That'll be great. Thank you.
I had a question about the quilt. So this will be working with the school districts and also the BOCES is what you said, right?
Yeah, so we would want this to start locally in the individual schools themselves. And we would need to work out the specifics, but we don't want it just to be elementary school. We would want it to be elementary, middle, and high school. And we would try to lean into the grades where they're focusing on teaching about the American Revolution. So it might be, for example, 3rd grade, 5th grade, 8th grade, 10th grade. And then we would want schools to have every student do this work, to have it, to integrate the arts into social studies. We'd work with our social studies council, which are a group of teachers. And then we would want regional competitions to have students display their art and for students to be able to talk to others about why do they interpret the American Revolution in this way in their square. And then we would ask the BOCES to facilitate that because they're just a natural partners in bringing together people regionally. They're already doing this work.
And the other part of it is, we've talked internally about that, school districts will obviously have their own displays. In other words, the district component of their quilt, right, could be displayed within the district, right? And it's on their website. And the beauty of this is really for us, is the idea of having these intersections, these connections of building this New York State quilt, but also knowing that at the local level, is that at the school level, at the, the classroom level, the school level. So it's kind of like taking it from a cell all the way through a system wide quilt, so that the children see their own work in the classroom and the students see the work within the school and they see it within the district and it's displayed. The other beauty of this is also, as we move through this process, we want to make sure that a lot of the work we do in terms of with the media is that it's obviously opportunities for communities to celebrate this in different ways, and to share them. You know, one school district talked about the fact that they would like, once their district quilt is done, that they obviously would make that part of their display. So I think there's a very personalized way of doing this, and eventually, obviously, bringing it right to a state level where, you know, we obviously are looking at an entire process.
So my question really was trying to get to the fact that on the East End, we have alternative schools like Ross School, Hayground School. We also work with the Bridgehampton Child Care Center. And my historical society, we did a project where we did do quilting and we worked with the Quilters Guild of America. And they came and they helped work, you know, it was great because it was generational, where we had maybe 2x2 squares. And, you know, some templates, you can choose this, you know, almost paint by number or add by numbers. And we had grummets on all 4 corners. And so after those grummets, we assembled it. We were hoping to keep what the students wanted to take it back home. So I do know that it is a positive project, and it really, you know, having the elders work with the students, because cutting, you know, is not always a great thing.
Right.
And sewing, you know, hand stitching, but also the sewing machine was also a part of it. So it was a really good process. Everyone enjoyed it. The community, when we unveiled it, it was great. We couldn't keep it together because they wanted to take care of everyone after a certain amount of time.
I hope you got pictures.
Yeah, we definitely have pictures, but I just want to offer up that somehow on the East End, we have different ways of educating. I also serve a lot of home schooling groups as well to my site. So it'll be great if somehow we can work that in where we include these other schooling opportunities.
Yeah,
as well.
This is great because yesterday we met with the new commissioner from OCFS. And, you know, even with the centers that, you know, are part of the process of, you know, juveniles, students who are in these particular centers. So we're moving this. So when we talk about district, we're also talking about, you know, students across New York State. And to your point, this whole idea of creating the opportunity to have different groups, but also, you know, the fact that we can have these different agencies be very much a part. As a matter of fact, one of the things David will tell you, I was at the museum and Linda said, oh, I do quilting. So everywhere I'm going now, I'm asking people, you know, we basically are trying to get people who have a passion, and really want to be a part of this process. We really truly believe that it's not only art, it's not only teaching history, it's not only making connections, but it's telling the story in such a powerful way, to your point about, you know, intergeneration, right? That we're very, very excited about this particular project.
We would also include religious and independent
Yes.
schools, charter schools.
Yes.
But, you know, we think we couldn't think of a more American art form than quilting. And as you said, you know, kids love it. It brings people to the table, and the whole strategy around our allocation of funding is how many different on-ramps can we create to get kids to know, and our communities to not only know and be aware of the American 250, but really to think very deeply about those promises of our founding fathers and the ideals of the revolution, and were they carried through on day one of our republic, or maybe on, you know, 250 years later, we're still struggling with it. And so we hope to do that. We want to use the quilt as a starting point of conversations across the state. So if you're from Rochester, for example, and maybe connecting students from places like the East End of Long Island, why did you interpret the revolution, the unfinished revolution in this way? We actually were just talking about Susan B. Anthony
Right,
in the
in
car,
Rochester,
you know,
right.
from Rochester and Finger Lakes region. And so they might have more of a focus there versus, you know, I was talking to a member of the Shinnecock Nation and the connection with the Amistad. And so that's a connection to bring into this work. So we really hope that this is a great on-ramp for people to make the 250th accessible to them in the 731 school districts across New York State.
Would you say that these regional commissions or committees, I mean, on Long Island, we have Long Island 250, we should reach out to the BOCES superintendents? There's three of them, yes. Three of them, yes. Long Island, okay. And we'll do the same. In other words, the reaching out from you and also from us, because we meet with them every month. Okay. So we will let them know that they're, you know, they already know. We would like to invite them, I think, to our next meeting. I'm gonna suggest that.
And I'll get you their contact information.
That'd be great, great.
The BOCES across New York State, the BOCES are a great way if you want to get school groups involved. It's a one-stop shop to reach all of the districts in the region. So you certainly have partnerships with the local school districts, but going to the BOCES district superintendent allows you to have that regional approach. And they actually meet with the local superintendents every month at least.
And they're excited about this.
To bring a
project.
Buffalo perspective to this.
So we're not part of the BOCES, we're one of the big five, so how is that gonna impact us?
So we have a very, very close relationship with the Council of Big Five School Districts. We meet with all either the superintendent or the representatives, including Buffalo, each and every month. I would even go as far as to say the commissioner probably every day or every other day speaks to them. And so we're going to make sure, and we've already spoken to them about this, but we will make sure that that they're part of it.
Jennifer Pyle is your liaison, and so just so you know, the way within our department, my senior dep, you know, and David work very closely with my BOCES, right? And I meet with them, but the big five, I work directly with them. So that's New York City and the big four, Yonkers, Syracuse, Rochester. And we do include in there, you know, beyond the big five, you have Albany is also involved, Mount Utica, Mount Vernon, missing Utica, Albany, Utica, Mount Vernon. I think those are the other three. So we will work with Jennifer Pyle, who already knows about this, and make sure that that's, you know, that's part of it. But even within New York City and Buffalo and other places, we want to expand that out beyond just the districts as we label the districts. The one thing that I would ask is that, you know, we're so excited about the enthusiasm and the knowledge base around this group. So if you can make sure that David has your, you know, your commitment to working with us on something very specific, that would be amazing. And we thank you for that.
39% of students across New York State go to school in one of the big five.
Yep.
So it's a lot of our students. I'm from Queens myself, so I'm gonna make sure that we don't forget about our big five school district.
The Bronx.
Or the Bronx. I won't hold it against you.
I did want to comment on this new budget. We're just seeing it for the first time. It's a little bit like, okay, now you want us to vote on that budget allocation as you have presented it today.
So it's a budget plan, and so a budget is not set in stone, it is just a plan. And so we are asking for a endorsement of that plan today. And we're certainly, we certainly understand that this is a lot to consider and a lot to chew on, but we hope that the broad brushstrokes are in line with the conversations that we've had as a commission over the past few meetings, and that our hope is that nothing, although the dollar amounts might be new, our hope is that the ideas are not new. We also, the reason for the urgency and not waiting for the next meeting is we want this funding to start making an impact now. And because we're the state of New York, everything takes a little longer, as you know. And so we're hoping that that if there are concerns, that certainly commission members will work with us. We are trying to be responsive to what we've heard from all of you. But what we're really looking to endorse is those broad brushstrokes.
Well, let me just, off the top of my head now, because I have to respond today and I have that same urgency. And I, for an organization like mine, that I think it was at the end of 2018, when I started working with local groups to get their priorities and from the ground up, like what do people want when you meet them in all these many different places? And of course, I've expanded beyond Westchester, representing, Delaware, just came back from Rhode Island. So I have been listening to what people want for a long time now, about the 250. So just one of the things off the top of my head, in terms of commitment to the arts, I totally agree that integrating arts is a great avenue to expand who wants to be part of this, youth and others. We had a great presentation up in Newport by a youth oriented company and talked about how they get involved. So what I have heard, as much as I have loved quilts, I have not heard a groundswell of interest. I've heard more interest in reels and video and murals and spoken arts and how you present, a persona from another time period. So the avenue of the arts, yes. But I guess the way I thought about it was, where might be the flexibility if the arts is to be in what we do? Is that the only route? I would say in terms of the really limited funds. I mean, we worked hard for 5 million, but we asked for 18, and Pennsylvania got 64 million. So we are working, the groups that I've seen for those 6 or 7 years, they have been waiting for some funding, other than, what they can scrounge around and get and work on. So I would say as much as I'd like to see, maybe one way is the quilting option becomes an option, and it's arts by some way that meets more of the groundswell, if you want to use. I mean, you have a certain number, which I now have to go back. It's 200,000.
Yeah.
Yes, let me go back to the budget, because you'll see the quilting is a very tiny piece of this. Very small. Look at the quilting, but look at the empowerment of the local. That's where you're getting. So that's where let's step back, because when we did this budget, the quilting, we've talked about it for a while, and quilting, right? Yeah, but the bulk of the money is going to those local partners. So you have those opportunities, albeit a small amount, to build on, whether it's mural, and then look at the the amount of looking at media, working to go back to, that is a large, huge piece that has come out of in other words, we've been listening to the internal conversations we've been having over and over and over, throughout, right? I mean, for the last several years, that's a representation of that bulk of the money, which is, you're talking about 1 million, plus you're talking about looking at the local, where you have another opportunity with the building of expanding on those murals, as you said, and whatever. So that's the second. So the quilt is, it's very small. And the reason we picked that was because internally, in terms of an educational, we've had those conversations as well with the districts, with our stakeholders, with trying to engage in a very inexpensive way kids in the classrooms, districts, outside, And one of the feedback we got was that with quilting, that it was a very extremely inexpensive way to promote that. But you've got to look at the entire budget.
Well, oh, yes, I appreciate the time you put into this, and you're working with, first we start with 5 million and 45% goes to parks and 10% becomes administrative. And so I've been doing that math since I heard that. I was up at the press conference with Senator Mayer and Assemblywoman Warner. And you know, it was a disappointment to have 5 million, knowing how long people have
100%.
struggled in this state to get greater funding. And I've just seen the people on the ground really wanting to work on these projects and paying themselves nothing, of course, and working with as few dollars and lots of volunteers. So the percentage of strategy 2, I would love to see that just a greater number, so that those people who have been working for such a long time have more dollars. I mean, I know 200,000 looks like minuscule in a budget like New York State, but if you say $200,000 to a local group, it's like nirvana. So I've seen the needs, and I think strategy 2 needs more funds to it. And then, yes, more arts could be put in there with those funds. So it's not that I don't like quilts. I actually have family quilts, but that's not the thing that I've heard as the avenue for the arts for this generation. It's a lovely idea, connected back to, you know, the historical kinds of, we made things without those other tools that are modern tools. So I think if I were to design this budget, I'd make strategy 2 bigger and squeeze more from strategy 1 and strategy 2, then I could support this budget. But just looking at it all of a sudden,
No, and we respect, you know, honestly, we do respect. I mean, we've got 2 halves here. You know, we're working with, and you'll see your budget next. You know. So we have 2 halves that are going to be operating here. I just want you to be aware that part of what we've done is a much more universal, not specific to a selected community, because in a selected community, you may be hearing, this is a great idea. Like, for example, you know, the big 5 would probably select something very different, and they make up 48%. That maybe in some of the other communities. So part of for us, the listening process is not just to localize it, because the localizing is happening with the 1.3. It's to really look at it from a much more global, you know, and again, you know, we're looking at it across the board. What can we do? That's the one big across the board. The local one is where a lot of the money is going in 2 ways. Because the one area that we pulled in all the educational entities is costing 200,000. The local, you see, is having a distribution where they can infuse, they can add, but they're starting with, you know, having it, personalizing it. So we've got to think of it from, at least the way I usually look at these kinds of situations is that we've got to create a universal message. Not, you know, everyone at this table is hearing a different thing in your own communities, right? So you're saying, oh, we should do this, we should. But in reality, at the end of the day, you know, we've got to create, what are we hearing across the board? And what are some of the suggestions? That's what we based the quilt on.
And also, so all of our admin is in strategy 1. So so you take $250,000 out of strategy 1, that is 750,000 that's spread across creating resources that localities will use. We also, one of the requirements that we'll have for our educational TV stations is to work with the localities that are funded in strategy 2. So we hope that there's some in-kind service there. And then not to be overtly optimistic, but we do hope that this is a down payment on a 10-year initiative and a 10-year investment.
I just wanted to finish my point, and then I will see my position for the points of view, and I'd like to hear them. But I would still argue that it is the more democratic way to increase the funding to strategy 2. That's where the local people have been looking and working on projects, ideas, and the other ones, if they, they're there. Who wants to cheat the New York State Museum? But if funds had to be found out of this small number to spread across a very big state, I would argue to vote for adding some from the quilt 3 and some from the number 1 strategy. Add that to the local groups who have, and they are very, Dr. Rossi, I know you know my area, because talking about, but from the biggest city of Yonkers and Mount Vernon to tiny North Salem, and I've been going to regional things. I speak with Lauren Roberts. I know she's not here. I think she would love to be. And I speak with people from the other areas too, and I know that those people are waiting. They're waiting for funds, and they've been waiting for a long time. So I would like to see that number in somebody.
Okay, so well, David, I believe you can sell, ice to an Eskimo. Because what I've seen so far was a very great presentation. I do love what you had to say. It's a kind of idea I could wrap my head around. But I do think as a commissioner, that's one of the kind of criticisms that I have. Like, I feel like we're working in silos. So Parks has this, you have that. And then as commissioners, when we go back to our communities, they're asking us, what is going on? And we really don't know and can't answer all of the questions because we don't have all of the information. So for me, I would love to have a copy of this so that I can really digest it and be able to share. And I think that would have been a better process if we had it like a week ago. We could have reviewed it and have questions, because even your explanation to some of the questions we were asking, from what I see in the slides, it's, we wouldn't know that answer because it's not here in the slides. We have to speak directly to you. So I think a comprehensive executive 1 page or something like that, and have this so that we can speak to exactly what it is we're endorsing if we do that. So I think, process should be that we should have time to digest what we're actually seeing.
Thank you. Good point. And I will say, the budget was very late this year. We were hoping to have this information sooner, and we didn't know that we were getting a penny. In fact, we didn't think that we were getting anything until at the very end. And so, it pains us that this is the timeline is the timeline. We would have loved to get something out sooner, but the budget was very late. So yes, go ahead.
So I'm assuming from what I'm hearing that each local community will be exhibiting their work. It also seems to me that there could be an amazing opportunity to gather in one huge place as a tourist destination. All the best quilts of New York State. And a while ago, the Park Avenue Armory hung someone's collection of quilts. At Federal Hall in New York, we had an artist who went to 50 states and collected 50 flags of stories that hung in our rotunda. And of course, again, this is New York City, and I keep reminding myself that it's not just New York City, but the array of those that drew hundreds of thousands of people to Wall Street and Federal Hall. So I think that's an opportunity where what you've done is you've created a New York State art piece that will have global attention tourism-wise. So I don't know whether, interestingly, at Federal Hall, we only exhibited 50 flags. The installation was expensive because it came down from one dome. Expensive being $90,000, which is expensive in terms of what I'm saying. But I think that there may be an art opportunity here. I don't know how many of you got to Metropolitan Museum for the opening of the Michael Rockefeller thing, but there was also the extraordinary consortium of all of the Oceania tribes from Australia and beginning came to New York and collaborated in a way that was saying, well, you know, what you have on the ceiling is wrong. Those 4 things are not supposed to be there. So I just think that globally, this is an opportunity for the state of New York to put a stake in the ground for greater recognition in terms of the fact that the government began here. It began in New York City. The first shot of the revolution were fired in New York. And so we are so preoccupied with Philadelphia that my dream and my passion has always been, how do we turn the focus on New York? And it's in every borough here, certainly. I don't know as much about the state, but you know, tell me. But it's just, it's a remarkable contribution that New York State has made. And to put that out there, to have residents, to create passion for me would be the ideal.
Absolutely. Thank you. I think as head of the Council on the Arts, it's very important as part of this that we focus on the, you know, as piggybacking, I think on what everyone is saying, focus on the mission of Newark, the unfinished revolution, and uniting us through that, because I think that's very exciting. New York State, we are an epicenter of art, and we should be known for this. Out of all of the states, we are the best, the greatest. Agreed. And we should absolutely showcase this, and the sort of newer works, whether it's from our youth or from, you know, established artists or emerging artists, you know, from all walks of life. This next picture of who we are, artists reflect who we are. And I think it's hugely important that we invest in that, you know, whether it's through the localities or through the budgets. I feel the same way about, you know, the sort of education of our historians and, you know, art historians as well. Again, these are the standard bearers for the future. And I think that can also unite us in the way that a quilt can too. And, you know, how do we focus on that within that budget it's a question, but I think it's something just to not forget.
Also, I think that the line, what people remember is what happens in their own backyard. I think the one thing that happens that you don't have to pay for, that's going to happen is fireworks. Okay, I think Christine and I, when we did the Greater New York Centennial Celebration, purposely have in New York City, it's Greater New York coming together. We had reaching the fireworks simultaneously in 5 boroughs. And you have fireworks happening in every local community. So to be able to simultaneously have that go on and say, X number of towns are doing this, etc. So to take what you have and build a strong thematic to that. And I think that the quilts is one thing. I think fireworks, there probably are other things. They're parade down local. Right. So I think when Christine and I did this, we put together a consortium. Again, it was easier. It was only New York City, but you have to see a list of everything here. And there are probably commonalities, the same commonalities when George Washington was inaugurated, the same things happen. Illuminations, fireworks. It's the same thing. It's the same jubilee we've been celebrating since the revolution.
And that's why we're really investing in the localities. Of course, you know, there were triple the amount of money to go out, but it's a small pie.
And they're spending their own in part too. So I think that when you start adding up what they spend every year, you get that. I don't know.
But we also, we are hoping that this is not the only pot for this year, but that we'll work with our industry partners to fund things like fireworks displays or recitations of the Declaration of Independence.
Right. Yeah, and I want to go back to having, at the end of the day, every single community, albeit however it's defined, is going to, I mean, we're gonna have some communities where there's a larger investment. I will tell you this, we're already hearing it. Some communities are gonna make a larger investment than other communities, right? I mean, we know that. But at the end of the day, having something, a composite, whatever it is, a composite that really demonstrates unifying.
Yeah.
That to me, this was what, and again, it's one thing, it could be, to your point, the fireworks and other, but having something that shows up at the State Museum, having something that you can't take a local mural, other than if you take pictures of it, whatever, and feel that you've been a part of it. The locals feel like they've been a part of it, but having it where, another part of the state says, you know what? That may not be me, I appreciate it, but this is me. And then when you go, this is me, this is me, this is me, and put it all together, at least symbolically, I think it's a symbolism of a comprehensive response, which is where we were hearing, what is it that we need to do that moves it from the local interest to a statewide interest. And again, I deal in statewide issues, so I'm very, and yet I respect local control. And so it's that duality that makes us think about in this presentation, the fact that we've got to take into account both elements.
I don't know
I
exactly,
mean,
but
like, so.
Devin might.
1,600 quilts, I mean, that's powerful.
It's powerful. Yeah, powerful.
1,600 making this up.
Yeah.
50 are going to travel the state, and 50 will be in the city hall, and such and such.
Exactly.
Over there. But I think that what you're saying, Commissioner, is so helpful. You can feel it. So whether it's quilts or something else, I found, and Christine and I will vote for this too, in terms of the people feeling they needed to be involved. And the other thing that happened, that we got people to feel involved is, we were blessed in that we got $1 million in free advertising from the New York Times. So we said, when you participate, your community will be involved.
Yeah,
so
that's a great point.
I think
Yeah.
that that was certainly an impetus, because they wanted to.
Yeah, by the way, that's a great point, because even our local newspapers, both, different, our communications people are looking at taking all the stories and making them again, part of that universal, because in some communities, I can go from TU to New York Times, Daily News, to, looking at, in Rochester, right, you have the Democrat, right? And then you look at Long Island papers, Newsday, Lowhut, all of these are gonna be covering, but they're gonna be covering local. Some of them are gonna cover a little bit more universal, so stitching even those news stories, stitching them is gonna be very, very powerful. So anyway.
I think last word.
To go back to the budget page for the first strategy and the breakdown, I could barely see that. And if any of those, use a little further.
So we have 250,000 for the State Museum, the exhibition. That's a 10-year investment. So that really is investing for the next decade. We have the restoration of the artwork. You might.
So the New York State Museum, which everybody loves, there isn't another funding line for the New York State Museum. I mean, there's.
Well, part of the strategy really is to expand and take a deeper dive into the work that's already happening. So the State Museum, the work happening there will happen regardless. But this is an opportunity for
Right.
us to build additional voice into the exhibits, to have a larger footprint, to bring more school groups in, to create resources for localities. And again, it's that we hope that one is really the only one that's a decade-long investment. So out of that 250,000, we're getting 10 years worth of educational materials. And so we thought it was a good investment. But keep in mind, we could move, let's just say we eliminated that budget item and we moved all of it to going out into strategy 2. Divide that by 62 counties. It's not much money, so maybe, we'll get an extra $2,000. We think
Maybe.
that the statewide reach that the museum has, and we have groups from all over. We have groups from Buffalo to Long Island to come to the State Museum. The State Museum also creates resources and tools for all of the other museums across New York State. So we thought it was a good investment in the exhibit. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think this money would also allow us to do, to bring the exhibit to other institutions. So not physically, of course, we're not gonna move the exhibit around, but to be able to print out exhibit panels and provide that as a free resource for museums across the state, which we did with the suffrage exhibit that we did very successfully. We did with the Earth Canal exhibit as well. So, that's part of that. So.
And it's not as though, I mean, if there weren't so little money, I would say, yes, what a good thing to do. But I'm thinking of the Hudson River Museum, and I'm thinking of the Newburgh, and I'm thinking of even the Katona Museum of Art. To make the 250 for the people who aren't gonna go to Albany, all over the state, and the being there, I think people appreciate that when you see art in front of you, that's different than you got a picture of it sent to you. So I'm looking for ways to stretch what's in this one and move it over to the things that are more local. And so could it be some from there? Could it be some from there? So I would like, if it's at lunchtime, maybe you all can think about how to move some of that funds to the more local piece. And that's something I would really like to see an effort made.
I like to present, when we look, and I know there's 2 categories here, right? There's history, empowering local partner communities, and there's tapestry. When I look at it, I see more of that funding, in essence, is empowering the local communities. I mean, when we look at, when you look at the tapestry, certainly honor traditions, a whole history component to that, but it's youth focused, right? And it's the local communities from a youth perspective. And it just guides the direction of when we empower local communities, ensuring our youth have a voice. And that's what this project is meant to promote. And it really dives into each community through the school district, 731 or whatever the number is. And so when I look at 1.3, I don't see just 1.3. I see you add the 200, that's 1.5. And then when you look at the strategy 1 budget, the educational TV outreach, 300, a lot of this is promoting and empowering the local communities. I know it's not a direct grant to it, but it really, fosters sort of the conversation into.
I accept that, but I do think if you trust the local people who have been building specifically for the 250 for a long time, and trust those people to use those funds to all the things that you're all explaining are very important. The youth engagement, the art involvement. I would trust the local groups. And I think, their long time volunteer effort is better rewarded if that money goes locally. And they can do the same kinds of things you want to happen, but it makes it more accessible, close by, and more likely to empower those groups who are going to keep moving the movement for the next 8 years. Yeah, I argue for that on the part of the people I feel that was so wrong.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna say one last thing, and I think we almost have to, if we can take a break,
Sure.
just to. We're gonna have some communities, unlike what the community you're speaking about, that are gonna get like next to nothing. And so, because I'm gonna tell you, this almost, I'm hearing your conversation. What this reminds me of is similar to when we did in the budget, and of course, you know, that Westchester got a very special treat in this budget that other communities did not. You know, in terms of how the taxpayers, right? Because there's a strong advocacy in one group, but we also have very tiny, tiny communities that are gonna be very grateful that they get something. They're not gonna get the same, as you're talking about, as we're looking at the regional dollars. Part of what happens here is a lot of times, we all have to take a look at really distributing, I think you made a great point when you said distributing as much as we can at the local level, knowing that there are wealthy communities that are going to come back and support, knowing that there's going to be, other investments, knowing that some of the things that we're doing in terms of the museum are going to go back. And so when we look at a budget, we were trying to balance that local, local wanting of dollars versus, right, what we have to do to Randy's point, in a universal kind of way, which was the point that was made here. That's a tough balance, even including for the museum, for us, when we think about reaching out and the work, the exhibits and the things that we need to make sure that are not in one place, but are in a very central place where people can access, you've got to think about that as well. So it is a balancing act. And I know I hear it, that is painful at times because we're talking about very few dollars. But for us, which is why you see a bulk of the money really left into the local and left into some of the, some of the media stuff, some of the, right, the partners that we have to try to, again, distribute those across the board. So it was balancing what are the kinds of things that we want to make sure that are distributed in a universal way so everybody is a part, can access that. And what are some of the things that we want to make sure are celebrated in a very local kind of way? Very tough decision when you only have, and in this case, we're only talking about 2.5. We're not talking about 5, we're talking about 2.5. Even a tough decision that we made about, right, the portrait. That is something that needs repair, needs work. We don't have the money to invest in that, but yet that is something, right, that can be looked, shared across the board. So that whole balance was part of the rationale for this budget. And again, we need your support. I'm perfectly fine to delay and wait so people can digest it, but I cannot wait until the next meeting because we're going to really fall, the kind of work we have to do to distribute, first of all, to look at the and both of us deal with budget, with our budget directors, is not, it's not as simple as, we've got the dollars, here it is, and distribute. There's a lot of work that goes into this in terms of making sure that those dollars go out the door and that the work can get started. So the sooner we can get back here, I asked Randy if we can take 2 minutes in case there are other questions, but we immediately got on this, as Devin knows, we spent hours and hours and hours trying to, put something together so that we can start to get things out the door. The longer we wait, I'm going to tell you right now, we could be sitting with these dollars into December where they don't go out the door. So, so my position is glad to have, as much feedback and consideration and all of the above. But at some point, we've got to come to the understanding that we have to negotiate with local as well as universal and really try to come across with this best a budget strategy that we can.
And we're still digging into the park side of these things, right? There are additional complications there. I know the state finance law directs, half obviously to parks, for park projects, but we will be open to conversations on how we can maneuver, that side of things. But obviously we're watching the temperature in Washington at this time with a number of preservation grants. I think even the semi-quincentennial grants that were once promised or thought coming our way. We had started many projects on a faith-based idea that we were getting reimbursed, have been since pulled back, which complicates the measures additionally. But parks, at least on our side, there's still another 3 months, unfortunately, where we have to monitor the temperature in Washington before that budget is officially, their fiscal year wraps up. So there is some time on that end for additional conversations. I'd be open to having that with many of you. But at this case, this was an option, and and thank you, Dr. Rosa and David. I mean, for 4 weeks, the budget was just passed less than 4 weeks ago. To at least let's get the ball rolling and let's get the money out to the communities as quickly as possible, because as we all know, these don't happen overnight, and we're 6 months away. From sort of the community perspective, the 250th is here, and to have this established in the community was also something top of mind that we could start running, as opposed to unveiling something in September or October, November of next year. So 250.
Thank you.
So with that,
We want to take a break, 2-minute, 5-minute. Is that what we have? Okay. Okay, so then.
and again, real quick, I just want to recognize Georgette Key from the Eastville Historical Center has since arrived since our introduction. So I just want to recognize you there.
I think we're.
Motion or
No, I think we're. No, I think we're done. It does say 12 o'clock. That's why I was saying there's a break for lunch. We can do the break for lunch now, or is that what you have to do?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, so that's why I was looking
Yep.
at the time.
I was thinking about this.
So if we want to take the lunch break now and then when we come back, so let me just ask, I think we've heard enough people say that they would like to digest this. The one thing I do ask is if we can have as quickly as turnaround, if we, we'll probably bug you and say, what's your, obviously we're not going to be able, my biggest fear is we're not going to be able to take an official vote till the next time we meet. So I just want people to know that if we don't take an official vote till the next time we meet, we are going to delay this process, and I then have to work money out the door.
Well, I think that
Yeah.
the problem it becomes, this is
Yeah.
the first step. And
Yeah.
we can't have conversations with our partners. We can't
Right.
start developing a formula to get this money out the door unless we know it's real.
Yeah.
And so that delays us by a few months.
And I would just add, David, the other concern, and I don't know, but the other concern, at least what we are watching from a park perspective or an agency perspective is, again, I go back to that temperature in Washington. If some of this funding is withheld, right? And I'm not talking about, certainly the hundreds, thousands, or few millions at least coming through historic preservation grants or of the like. I'm talking about real money. Does New York State need to fall in special session? They need to revisit the budget, and does some of this funding get split? I don't. So it could be 5 million, could be parts of 200. right? You know, that come from our projects.
So
So
just add, Randy, that in the state budget, it does give the division of the budget the authority in case of an
Right.
emergency to
Sweep.
sweep funds. And the
Sweep.
emergency is at the discretion of the division of the budget. So Randy is correct that unless we encumber these funds, it is possible that at some point they are swept.
and we're not an emergency yet, but we're on the brink of possibly understanding each passing day, whether or not how closer to that are we or will it fall.
Yeah, and I'll just share from, you know, I'm gonna put on my commissioner's hat in terms of, you know, staffing, funding from what I am going through right now. Some of you may even follow in the news where my Title VI, you know, COVID dollars are being held up, along with other issues. So we are in a very, you know, I want people to think very differently, because this governor is correct that if, you know, a budget was passed, but if we all of a sudden find ourselves, which we already are finding ourselves, in a fiscal situation, the sweeps are real. And so,
Is the only issue the quilt, or is it the entire budget?
I was just trying to find funds for the local, it doesn't have to come out of quilts, it just needs to expand number 2 by something.
I mean, how central is the budget for the quilts to getting approval? I mean, would everyone else approve the budget were it not for the money for the quilts?
And I made a motion to approve the budget as is, I mean.
Point of
I'm not
qualification.
Is understanding that there is some discussion and that would be reflected in the minutes, but I'm very concerned that along with budgets, if we don't spend this money by a certain amount of time, will it be rolled over or does it disappear? Because it seems like we've got a lot of issues between Washington and our state that we as a commission, our duty is to find a plan which we have. That's a budget so that can get into the local communities as soon as possible. Time's ticking. I mean, right now, we're a year away, less than a year away, because if you do want to do the quilt, if that's a question, that has to be given to the teachers, given to the districts.
100%.
Be able to do this, and then it has to get to the museum in time. So I feel like we are so far behind right now that I would call a motion for the vote. And we can have this further discussion about it and it can all be on the record, but I don't sense, and maybe I'm wrong, I mean, if you want to take a few minutes to discuss, we can, but this vote should be done today. Well, we have a point.
Point of information. So I have a question before before it is actually first and second, there's a first, but there's no second, so I have a question in terms of what I came over to you and asked, could you put that on the record, because I am concerned with the implementation of this plan. It is a plan, but I don't see implementation. I don't know what the first step would be, so that is a question that I would have in terms of, is the plan whole? And from what I see now, just here and hearing the questions from my fellow commissioners, I do feel that is of concern with me, that I don't know how this plan will be rolled out. So I did come to you with that concern, but I think for the record, if you can state the answer.
Yeah, well, I hope my answer was satisfactory. And I said, this plan really is the first step. This would enable us to start having serious conversations with our fiscal sponsor, the Archives Partnership Trust, with our other partners in state government and the legislature, to develop a formula to get this money out to the localities through that strategy too. We would start, if the commission did adopt the plan, we would start serious conversations with, for example, educational TV, to develop MOUs. I actually have a meeting with them later this week, that we were hoping to start that process. And so this plan in the broad brushstrokes that we're asking is the first step of implementation. And then we would come back to the commission to adopt, for example, the formula to get out the 1.3 million that we're allocating on strategy 2. But this vote would be the first step.
So I asked I can't see your name, but I asked to rescind the motion and make the motion basically saying that we will make the motion to adopt this plan as is with coming back for the endorsement of the formula for what is it, the funds or
Funding for.
funding for the funding structure, because right now, just that part is missing and that's why I don't feel comfortable with moving forward the way it is without that. But if the motion can reflect that, I would feel a little bit more inclined to vote for it in that respect.
And I just want to clarify, the quilt project was the $200,000?
Yes.
Out of the whole
Yes,
2.5?
yes,
Yes.
thank you, yes.
So I agree with the urgency issue. But I am wondering if we take a break and those of you who could propose a slightly different allocation among those three parts of it and have that as something you put on the table, given the conversation that you've heard. I don't want to delay the encumbering. I think Christine, you were, I don't want to delay the encumbering of it and saying we are accepting the funds to be used for education. But I do have an issue with how the three parts are allocated.
And I would just make a point of emphasis, and I think it's been heard. But just Christine, to your point, you know, obviously with the concern on a possible, hopefully it would be a nuclear option of being swept. The other outlier too is, you know, I mean, we can structure these meetings in a more regular basis if we needed to. But with if this funding isn't spent by the end of our fiscal year, right, by March 31st, you know, the first question out of that is, if you want more money, why haven't you spent, you know, the last year's fund? And it's the battle that we have every year with our own budget. To push it. So, and with the commission meeting, I don't know what the schedule looks like, September, then are we February?
Right.
Then we're months away from the meeting to realize that this needs to be spent down. And we can talk about parks at another time. And again, with the parks budget, I don't know if there are alternatives. I'm prepared to talk alternatives with that budget. We're structured under the state finance law, but creative minds, I'm sure can lend us in the person.
Yeah, and you have, your structure is a little bit different
little
than
different.
my structure. I've come to the commission with a structure that has negotiation possibility. I mean, the truth of the matter is, even with that, it's a tough one. Because, you know, I've got to justify all of this. And there are three parts I want to point out here. One is, you know, we live in a space where we have these conversations. I've got to go back, do MOUs, do conversations with budget, to have them, even the budget people look at this and say, why are you giving me more, you know, when in fact the museum is dying on the vine, you're giving, you know, locals more, locals should be able to raise. All I'm saying to you, we did this with such thoughtfulness and making sure that there is that balance that I can justify. The minute we delay, and I'm being very, to Randy's point, and I'm sure those of you who've done these kinds of budgets with us know that if I come back even in September, I will tell you, out the door is going to take quite a while. So
Just clarify something. So the 1 million, the 1.3.
yeah, that's all going out the door.
Okay, so, but my question is, that money needs to be applied for by various groups. You don't know where the 1 million is going, or the 1.3. You know it's going to local partners. So people are going to be applying. So Westchester would be applying, or the museums would be applying. You don't know that yet. And that will be the next
That's a lot of
conversation we have.
That's a lot of work.
Our hope though is that
No,
we
so I
create
understand.
an allocation.
The MOU process is onerous. So
Thank
it could be that you have 20 funders at 1 million. It's 20 of them. So I'm fine with this. I would vote for it now. That's what I would say.
So, there was a motion on the floor, it didn't second, so I'm assuming that so it wasn't accepted, so. I hear what everybody's saying, I think we're all saying the same things in just different ways. So I'd like to make the motion that we accept the New York State. What is it?
Allocation.
The budget plan,
That's.
the budget plan, step one, and step two is that. Will come back to us with the allocation, with the allocation formula and implementation plan for that. At a later date, so right now, we're accepting it on the basis that at a later date, that the allocation and implementation of the allocation will be added.
Right, and
I have a point of question about that, Georgette, just to clarify what Steve's saying. You mean come back to determine the internal numbers of this budget and adjust them, or just to?
No, there was a motion.
I particularly don't, have, of course, we would like more money, we don't have that. But the problem is, my issue was, twofold, but we're past that now, was that I would have liked to have this plan ahead of time, even if it was 2 days or 3 days, so we could digest it. And two is that I feel when we say plan, I think a plan has to be whole, and I don't feel it is whole because that other information that we do not know, we cannot answer. As commissioners, when we go back to our communities. So that was my issue.
Yeah.
We can't do anything about the dollars right now, but I could accept the plan. The budget plan with the part two of coming back to us with the formula and the implementation of the formula.
In terms of timing, I want to just understand this because I know how long it takes to implement it and so the cart before the horse. Are you defining who the 1 million goes to and starting to do that process and then coming back to us and saying, I'm making this up in August. Here's where I'm seeing this 1 million go. Here's where I'm seeing this one, so that we have time to consider it and then we can vote on it. Is that the way it would work? You're saying yes.
That's what's being voted on.
Okay.
You're 100% correct.
But the
and you're-
timing would be before the next meeting. or-
Yes.
Yes.
So that you can get your work done.
Yes,
So we will have a chance to vote on that, what Georgette calls step two. Right now, we're just voting on the budget plan.
correct.
Budget numbers.
Budget numbers. And as it exists, then what we will then start to do is to your point about putting behind that, the implementation, because obviously in terms of, whether it's, we talked about the artists we select, there's a lot of work that goes into that. It may turn out that one of the identify, it doesn't work out.
Right.
Then we come back with the other. So that, the reason it's hard to do an implementation plan right now with this is that usually, and there are cases where you take the budget plan and you have a design a proposal with an implementation plan and the budget plan. In this particular case, the problem is that some of these issues have to be worked through MOUs, through, budgetary consideration. So that will guide the plan.
But you'll come back to us.
We will
with
come
that
back to
second.
you.
So Dr. Burdette has motion cannot be accepted and I will second it.
Oh, thank you.
I could, and then we'll all vote.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
We're
Okay.
good there.
Then, okay, so, there's a motion, a second. Do I hear, actually, we'll take the vote. All those in favor, I have been doing this as chancellor. It's like all of a sudden, I'm the commission.
Repeat the motion.
You have to understand that, I'm sorry. It's like, I've been a chancellor calling for the motion.
So the motion is that the commission would adopt the budget plan. However, the state education department will come back to the commission.
Correct.
We'll say no later than September 1st. With an implementation plan, which contains formulas for distributing the funds under these three strategies. The commission will then vote on said implementation plan, based on the budget plan that you're adopting today.
Right,
So
so
moved.
second, we have, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Any abstentions? Motion carries, okay. I haven't done that in a while.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, David.
Okay.
I was like, I had thought to the meeting.
Well, I'm.
Yeah, but. Speak up, Sal, speak up.
We do,
This is our scheduled lunch break. We were scheduled to resume at 1:45. That'd be a very fast lunch. That's one thing with digestion, so we're on to that. Then we, a half an hour lunch break. Commission members, I have lunches upstairs on the third floor. We have time for them. Right, but that is it, and we'll resume here at 1:00 instead of our 12:45. scheduled time.
no, we don't, unless we get.
Okay, yep.
No, he's a general. And then now. I've been so.
And then I saw the message that business over within the year.
To run your organization.
So now,
Actually, I have.
it's a really good thing, but I was talking about. It's a kind of. It's. It's people. So that it's creating this. There's no difference. Thank God. And I did it. It can't. So. Yeah. This is sunny thing, but it's such a beauty, you know, the well, no, it's because to the right, it's Chinese. So that was in December. And I was, you know, when after those surgeries, when they are able to have. And it requires that they more steroids. I'm like, oh, so that's what I'm saying. And they came back. So that's such. And then this valve condition. Which is it was making up this advice because of yeah. But I'm making too much. Do they send? Hi, how are you? Where are you? So did you do your research? Yes. So you guys.
You see it there, it's when the presentations happen, it's gonna love, it's gonna be.
I'll move back to. When it's up, yeah.
But, when you buy, that's all. So, if you don't get it.
I think it's good.
Yeah, that's fine. We're not inviting you. So maybe we. That was one of the things for them. Also back in. Yes, one recent, I used to work in New York, happened probably way before.
I started in my seventeen.
Yeah, so I so.
Research.
Yeah.
Nice, you know, old, yeah. I would say probably.
And I'll give us any of the time that I couldn't walk with Howard. Which also hopefully knows.
Yes. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's on, baby. I just want to note that Commissioner Randy Simons had to depart for meetings up in Albany, so he has asked me to step in as his proxy for the remainder of the meeting. And the afternoon agenda, as you know, is we have a number of presentations. We are going to be time sensitive since we know we were behind schedule, and we appreciate today's presenters. So the floor is New York State DOT's.
Okay, hi, I'm Peter Dunleavy, the Director of the Office of Environment with New York State DOT, and I'm with two colleagues. Mike, okay. I'm with, let me see if I can do this, sorry. Okay, two colleagues, Christine Colley, who is manager of our Scenic Byways program, and Amy McLean works with Christine. Let me just make sure this is working. Okay, very good. And I'm just going, I know that we're behind, so I'll try and keep the pace lively on this. we wanted to give an overview of the Scenic Byways Program and focus on the federal legislation and the state legislation, which is the umbrella for the program, and then zoom in on a few of the byways that we have that are very relevant to the work of this commission. And we are looking for shared opportunities with the byways. We think there's a lot of synergy between them and what you guys are doing. So the Scenic Byways Program was instituted in 1991 by the federal legislation ICE-T, the Intermodal Surface Transportation Efficiency Act. And then it was reauthorized and carried through the next 5-year plans, budget plans from the feds. And then there was some recently in 2019, there was the Reviving American Scenic Byways Act of 2019, where we could once again nominate some national byways. They only allow us to do that at certain times. I don't know why this is messed up like that, but okay. But under Title 23, the National Scenic Byways Program was established, and it gives designation criteria for what is a byway. It gives authority to the Secretary of Transportation to designate national scenic byways, and it describes grants and technical assistance programs that were in effect at the time. And then there's another section of it that focused on control of outdoor advertising. That was very big and near and dear to the Scenic America constituency that got a lot of this into the ICE-T bill. And then there was an interim policy in 1995, which set the criteria on the national level for the designation of roads. And they focused on 6 intrinsic qualities as the basis for a byway. And they were scenic, natural, historic, cultural, archaeological, and recreational. And it also described the process for nominating a byway for national status, which could be done by anyone. It's a grassroots program. That's the key, and that's the spirit that we try to carry forward as well. And there's a scenic byway. They talk about going through the state's designated scenic byway agency. They gave interim policies on 2 levels of nominations for the national level: national scenic byways, which are of regional significance, and they meet one of those 6 criteria, and their characteristics are distinct and most representative of the region. And then All-American Road, which is the highest level of national significance. And we're going to get to one of those that's relevant to the work of your commission. Must be considered a destination unto itself, must provide an exceptional travel experience, making a drive along the highway a primary reason for a trip. So you can see also that even though it's called a Scenic Byways Program, it's a little bit of a misnomer, because you can have something that's purely historical as a reason to string together some historical sites. Then there was every byway has to have a corridor management plan with community involvement and a buy-in from every jurisdictional government along the way, which pledges them all to work together to protect and enhance the intrinsic qualities of the byway and promote tourism and economic development as well, and provide an understanding of how the road possesses those characteristics. Then the New York State highway law was instituted, our program that we follow, and it says, portions of the state highway system are scenic, historic, recreational, cultural, and archaeological values. So we brought all that forward from the federal guidance. And we brought a lot of our own internal guidance. We have a book, Building Your Byways from the Ground Up, that builds on the national criteria as well. And it includes when a byway is designated, it includes the route and the adjacent area as well. And there, we have a byway advisory board stipulated in the legislation exactly which agencies and interest groups need to be involved. And the chair is designated as the commissioner of the New York State Department of Transportation. And she's traditionally delegated that down to the director of the Landscape Architecture Bureau or the Office of Environment. I was the director of the Landscape Architecture Bureau, now of the whole office. And we have over 2,000 miles of roadway designated as state or federal scenic byways. We have one of those all-American roads, the top level, and 3 nationally designated byways, 26 state designated byways. And certain things were grandfathered in. All New York State parkways were grandfathered in, as well as any roads that were part of a scenic road program that DEC used to run. They were all grandfathered in, and then many new byways were designated on grassroots efforts. We have this public-facing website anybody could go to. If you just Googled New York State Scenic Byways, this will come up. And it's a jumping off point to information about every byway and each one's comprehensive management plan, the constituents, the byways program, all the legislation that goes into it as well. And some of the key things, this is one of the most important byways, I think, relative to the work of this group. This is the Lakes to Locks Passage. And it is exploring, there's many routes relative to Revolutionary War, the Turning Point Trail, which is following the footsteps of General Burgoyne, I think it is. And this is our all-American road, so it's national significance, 234 miles. And I do not have a map right here. Maybe this is going to give it to me. You can kind of see it there. Actually, yeah, there was a Champlain Trail and then a Champlain Canal Byway designated separately, and then they joined together to form this national level, to qualify as a national level byway. And it is just chock full of Revolutionary War sites along the way. And there's too much here, but if you get a copy of this PowerPoint, you could read the text. I'm not going to read it right now, but I will hit some of the highlights of what it says. The Turning Point Trail, passage ports, 11 kiosks, 6 interpretive signs along the way, a toolkit for battlefield stewardship, rack cards and interpretive exhibits at the Canal Regional Gateway. So there's many, many opportunities to work with the Scenic Byways organizations and to showcase a lot of things that might occur for the 250th. And another one is the Revolutionary Trail. And this is from Albany to Lake Ontario. It's not going. I don't know if it's going to go, but the next one would be a map. And it goes from Albany to Lake Ontario on a northwest diagonal, passing through Fort Stanwix, the Oriskany battle site. So there's a lot of opportunities with that one as well. This is not going to advance, so I will just wrap it up. There's a new designation, a very ambitious byway designation afoot right now that you may have been reached out to about, which is the Harriet Tubman Underground Railroad Byway. Oh, now it's going. Okay. This is the Revolutionary Trail. You can see it goes on a diagonal from Albany up to Port Ontario there. And the Harriet Tubman, we've been working on this, supporting this grassroots effort for a year and a half or almost 2 years now. And what they would like to do is follow the trail of the freedom seekers all the way from George Washington Bridge to Niagara Falls. And string together all the opportunities along the way for interpretation, and connect with byways that already exist all the way down to Delaware, Maryland, Delaware. Pennsylvania is working on theirs through New Jersey and into New York State, and maybe eventually make it an international heritage site. But their focus right now is getting everyone on board, which is a super ambitious task. And then to get a byway designated, you have to get buy-in from every jurisdictional government along the way. And then you have to have an act of the legislature. Both houses have to propose that it be designated, and then it has to be signed by the governor. So it's an ambitious thing that we're trying to support. That's kind of the route. It might look like it's just going up the 87 and across on 90, but it's not. It's threading through lots of communities along the way. And I'm sorry, I can't quickly read all of the information on there, but I'm just trying to move it along. These are some of the key sites that they're going to be linking together. And these are where they're going to be connecting to existing byways that have been designated in other states, and even one of them has a national standing.
I think Maryland is an all-American road.
Maryland is an all-American road, so eventually all of these would be linked together. That's the big vision, but they have to focus on New York State and getting it designated as a New York State byway first. Then maybe they can qualify as a national designation. We would have to put by 2025, we're collecting resolutions of support frantically and finalizing the corridor management plan. Hopefully, at the next session of the legislature, we could designate legislation. That's their goal. It's really super ambitious, but our commissioner is behind it, and it's a grassroots effort, and they're really building steam. And it might not be continuous, and that's okay. If they designate it in portions, they'll designate what they can, because it takes a lot to convince every jurisdiction to get on board. And this is our contact information. That's mine and Chris Colley's there, and we encourage you to reach out. We'll be in touch with you. We're very interested in taking your message and sharing it up our chain and supporting you in any way we can.
Peter, thank you. Are there any questions from commission members for Peter? I actually want to offer, I saw your presentation at the Canalway Bicentennial Commission. This commission is certainly aware of whether it be commemorative or commission efforts in New York State to work with the African American Heritage Commission, which we did last year. We got the Canalway Bicentennial Commission, which works a little bit differently than this one. Obviously, this convention itself. And then in 2027 is the commemorative year, 400th anniversary since the arrival of the enslaved Africans in New York State, and the 200th year commemoration for the end of enslavement in New York State. And so I guess one question for you, is there value to having a resolution of support for this commission in the time frame you need it by? Would that have value to your efforts? We're not actually a property owner.
Yes, absolutely. We are getting those voted resolutions of support from all the constituents along the way, but we're inviting letters of support from anyone who would like to give a nod of approval to it and say it's a good idea.
So I will offer to draft something in the interim between now and the next meeting of the commission, and we will have it draft copy to you for editing and comment as needed, and perhaps can take people to take a vote and say some type of.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
So, Jack, please. Thank you for your time today.
Well, thanks for the invitation. There's a clicker there on the deck. Do you want to use that, or do you want to
You'll leave that on
There we go. There's George. Well, as I say, thanks for inviting me to speak here today. And I just want to say, when I was told the theme would be places in history, I thought that was quite appropriate, because someone once said that history is the intersection of places, people, and events. And if you think about it, a lot of places are quite durable, but people and events are fleeting. And that kind of makes history fragile. Because if each new generation isn't able to reconnect those, we run with the risk of losing history. And so that's what our company, 9 Solutions, has been trying to help out with over the last few years. We reconnect people to places and events using digital storytelling. It looks like the slide is actually off of, it's not showing up on there, or being cropped. Well, we'll just. Yeah, so we're losing the bottom third of the slide. In any case, we use augmented reality and CGI 3D video to engage, entertain, and educate the public. And we've been doing this now for about 4 or 5 years. It's been a real journey of learning and evolving techniques for digital storytelling. I think you can see here, in terms of New York State, we're at a lot of locations here on Long Island, and more recently up in Saratoga. But one of the things I've learned along the way is that I can talk all I want about this, but until you see it, you don't really understand. So I'll take an example of Oyster Ponds. It's on the far end of Long Island here. Beautiful town. And they have a lot of very nicely restored buildings, i.e. the places. And so what we do is we take the person who lived in the house, put them out front, and allow them to tell their stories of the events. So let's take a look.
This is the marker for the first stop. When you're in front of it, press the I have arrived button for further instructions. Did you know Oyster Ponds has...
Good day to you. I see you've braved the trip to the very eastern reaches of our island. I hope the roads were well for your journey. Did you travel by foot, horse, or carriage? I suppose how you got here doesn't matter. What is important is that you arrived here at beautiful...
So is there maybe somebody from AV who could help out with this, Phil?
Just all the commission members, this slideshow is on the SharePoint, so you'll look at it later on your own.
Full oyster ponds. I offer you my warmest welcome. I'm Augustus Griffin, a teacher, storekeeper, innkeeper, and writer. It's my honor to show you around. I was born here in 1767, and I believe I know the place quite well. In fact, I keep a detailed diary of our community's history, people, and happenings. Before my birth and prior to the area settlers, the land was inhabited for tens of thousands of years by the Amonasuk people of the
Yeah, good question. So I have a big history in technology. That was my career. About 15 years ago, I retired as a VP of software development for Hewlett Packard and was kind of looking for other things. My wife felt I'd get in trouble if I just played golf. So did a number of startups, and we sold one about 5 years ago. And an opportunity came it was sort of the post-COVID thing, and we don't need to do something different in museums. And any ideas? And so that's what got this started. And I sort of have an affinity for graphics and video and storytelling digitally. And so it's actually, and probably just an average person in terms of history. But I tell you, over the last 5 years, it's turned into a real passion project.
So obviously we don't have access to the script here.
Algonquin Nation. Their name for where we're standing was Pocatuck, meaning Open Tidal River.
So
in 1639, a small group of independent Europeans landed on the North Fork, and a year later, families from Massachusetts and Connecticut crossed the Sound and arrived on the island shores. Together, they settled here on the North Fork and named the area Southold. By 1661, the area was divided into 3 parts, and the most eastern third was called Oyster Ponds. This name came from the ponds that overflowed with oysters. The ponds were large enough to create a natural divide in the center of Oyster Ponds. We call the western side Upper Neck, later to become East Marion, and at that time the eastern side was known as Lower Neck. Today we call it Orient. So many names for one place. Sometimes even we get confused. But alas, I digress. It's reasonable to suppose you came here for a different type of story, not of geography and settlement, but one that features our nation's fight for independence. Throughout the 13 colonies, people were dissatisfied with British rule and no longer wanted to bow at the feet of King George. We knew we needed to unite under our opposition. Though we can't boast of battles to the likes of Brooklyn or Yorktown, the impacts of the American Revolutionary War extended beyond the battlegrounds and soldiers to every town, household, and resident in the 13 colonies. And here in Oyster Ponds, those who didn't flee were forced.
That's used in many contexts. And in fact, I've got later on in the presentation, the mission of a lot of museums and historical places is, once you're here, we're going to tell you all sorts of stuff, which is great, except for there's a large portion of the general public who would never think to go to the museum. So you're kind of missing it. And so we've done other initiatives where we take the history to the people. And a classic example of that is up in Saratoga. And Saratoga is famous for
to survive the revolution, fight our own battles, and endure a great deal of abuse while under British rule during their occupation of Long Island. The Declaration of Independence was signed.
Where did people go? They go to bars.
This is the marker for the first stop. When you're in front of it, press the I have arrived button for further instructions. Did you know Oyster Ponds has
stands on the coaster and raises a toast? Right, and so that's an example.
Good day to you. I see you've braved the trip to the very eastern reaches of our island. I hope the roads were well for your journey. Did you travel by foot, horse, or carriage? I suppose how you got here doesn't matter. What is important is that you arrived here at beautiful Oyster Ponds.
This is the marker for the first stop. When you're in front of it, press the I have arrived button for further instructions. Did you know Oyster Ponds has...
Good day to you. I see you've braved the trip to the very eastern reaches of our island. I hope the roads were well for your journey. Did you travel by foot, horse, or carriage? I suppose how you got here doesn't matter. What is important is that you arrived here at beautiful Oyster Ponds. I offer you my warmest welcome. I'm Augustus Griffin, a teacher, storekeeper, innkeeper, and writer. It's my honor to show you around. I was born here in 1767, and I believe I know the place quite well. In fact, I keep a detailed diary of our community's history, people, and happenings. Before my birth and prior to the area settlers, the land was inhabited for tens of thousands of years by the Ammonasuk people of the Algonquin Nation. Their name for where we're standing was Pocatuck, meaning open tidal river. In 1639, a small group of independent Europeans landed on the North Fork, and a year later families from Massachusetts and Connecticut crossed the Sound and arrived on the island shores. Together they settled here on the North Fork and named the area Southold. By 1661, the area was divided into 3 parts, and the most eastern third was called Oyster Ponds. This name came from the ponds that overflowed with oysters. The ponds were large enough to create a natural divide in the center of Oyster Ponds. We call the western side Upper Neck, later to become East Marion, and at that time the eastern side was known as Lower Neck. Today we call it Orient. So many names for one place, sometimes even we get confused. But alas, I digress. It's reasonable to suppose you came here for a different type of story, not of geography and settlement, but one that features our nation's fight for independence. Throughout the 13 colonies, people were dissatisfied with British rule and no longer wanted to bow at the feet of King George. We knew we needed to unite under our opposition. Though we can't boast of battles to the likes of Brooklyn or Yorktown, the impacts of the American Revolutionary War extended beyond the battlegrounds and soldiers to every town, household, and resident in the 13 colonies. And here in Oyster Ponds, those who didn't flee were forced to survive the Revolution, fight our own battles, and endure a great deal of abuse while under British rule during their occupation of Long Island. These are the stories you will hear today, stories of survival and resilience. I witnessed the Revolution firsthand, but I must tell you I was only a boy during the war, 9 years old when the Declaration of Independence was signed, so I can only speak of what I can remember. But I've invited others to share their own stories and give a greater insight into our years at war. But before they can join us, we must first make our way to Pocatuck Park.
So yeah, we take.
You'll find stop number 2, a
around
short walk
the
away
town
in
to the
front of
various
Pocatuck
buildings
Park.
And really, as I say, connect places with people and events. So let's go one town over to Shelter Island. And this is a bit of a different scenario. Went to Haven's House there, and they had this historical artifact. It's a rug that was made. And if you look at it closely, it depicts a picture. And that picture was created, or the rug was created, to memorialize history. And in fact, you could say it's the 18th century equivalent of digital storytelling. So what we did is we extended that story with augmented reality. Let's take a look.
Here on Shelter Island, hardship and British persecution was not unique to the Havens family. The British military traveled with impunity, and while colonial privateers could harass small British vessels, the regular British armed forces knew no match. Terror and fear was common for many families. The Conkling family was another family found across the east end of Long Island. My friend Mary Conkling had a home here on Shelter Island that faced Gardner's Bay. From the beginning of the troubles here in the colonies in 1775, there were regularly as many as 20 British ships anchored just outside the bay. From here, the warships and transport ships alike had ample protection from the weather, safely protected by the bays and Shelter Island itself. While the ships could sit idle for months in the safety of the sheltered waters, the soldiers and seamen aboard needed supplies on a daily basis. In order to acquire all of the needs of an army and a navy, the British would make use of all the natural resources in the area, filling their needs from whatever citizen could supply the needed raw materials. The pillaging of Shelter Island included wheat, corn, apples, farm animals, and even wood. family stories on Shelter Island indicate that half the good timber on Shelter Island was cleared by the British to light their fires, to cook their food, and build their fortifications. However you want to describe these trips, whether it was foraging or pillaging, the acquisition of supplies is one thing, but many local legends insist that British visits were equally as much about inflicting terror on local patriots. The Conkling family farm had a good well and potable water was highly prized. Clean drinking water close to the salty seas was a valuable commodity. The British redcoats had information from the local loyalist collaborators about the purity of the Conkling well water. Some British soldiers and officers didn't see the American colonists as citizens, but as foreigners to be oppressed and conquered. According to Conkling family legend, the British would arrive at the farm always at the most inconvenient times. The purpose of the call on Conkling's farm was always to fill barrels of fresh water for the many troops to drink. The British soldiers would arrive and form a bodyguard for Mary Conkling and conduct her to the well. The pretense of this military guard should not be misconstrued as an honor. It was solely to demand that Mary take the first drink from the well, not from courtesy, but to assure the British that the well water had not been poisoned. Then she was escorted back to the house with mock ceremony, only to repeat this routine with each successive visit. Having armed soldiers show up unannounced and treat us with the disdain of a foreign occupier for sport was pure terror. Moreover, there was a continual undertone of threat and menace amongst these red devils, for many knew by reputation the families of American colonists who were off fighting the patriotic cause. Before the Battle of Brooklyn, Washington said, "The time is now near at hand which must probably determine whether Americans are to be free men or slaves, whether they are to have any property they can call their own, whether their houses and farms are to be pillaged and destroyed, and themselves consigned to a state of wretchedness from which no human efforts will deliver them." After British occupation, we were that state of wretchedness. At any moment, we could become unlawfully oppressed. For all the dangers myself and our family faced during the war, I was glad that James was fighting on behalf of the cause of our new nation.
So let's maybe move next door again to the Southampton African American Museum. And this is a place near and dear to Dr. Georgette's heart. She was instrumental in its creation. And in fact, it's an old barbershop that they have transformed. And a barbershop being key because it was really a gathering point for the African American community. And so they've memorialized all sorts of local stories there. And, you know, you can see it's a very small building, but what I always say is with augmented reality, we can make it as large as the world. And so if you look at that mural there, and it's a bit small, but it's a fellow in the lower left-hand corner called Pierce Concert. Again, passion project for Dr. Georgette to maintain his history, and there has been active opposition to that. And so one of the things we did was to help get his story out, and because it is larger than life and extends to the whole world. So let's take a look at how we do that.
Green, gold, and red are the colors of Africa. My family's story is similar to all of the first African Americans who came ashore in this hemisphere. African slavery has existed in the Americas since the early 16th century. Southampton was founded in 1640, and the first enslaved persons of African descent arrived on Long Island by 1654. My name is Pierce Concert. My family is one of many that can trace our history back generations in the Americas. My grandparents, Esther and Gad Williams, were enslaved persons in Bridgehampton. Eventually, they earned their own freedom and were landowners, making my family very fortunate compared to others. My personal story begins with my birth in Southampton in 1814. Despite the freedom of some in my family, I was born an enslaved person. Although too young to remember, some family histories indicate that I was born in Cooper Hall to my mother, who was enslaved at the time to the Cooper family. These same Coopers are the family that give Cooper's Beach its name to this day. At 5 years old, I was sold and separated from my mother and made to serve the Pelletreau family of Southampton to work their farm. The price paid was $25, about the same as it would cost to buy a cow. Parentless and starting a new life on my own at such a young age was not uncommon for African Americans at this time, but it didn't make the journey any easier. Despite this tough start, sometime between the ages of 18 and 21, I was emancipated by the Pelletreau family, either as an act of charity or a sign of my own industry. Many enterprising enslaved persons not only worked a full 6 days a week as part of their enslavement, but worked a seventh day or early mornings and late nights to earn enough to buy their own freedom. History has not recorded how or why I became free, but regardless, my journey was remarkable in itself. Once free of enslavement, I continued my acquaintance with the Cooper family, especially one of their children, Mercator Cooper. Mercator was a ship's captain, and in the age when America and much of the world was illuminated by whale oil, he was a whaler. I would venture out to sea for 4 voyages over a period of 11 years. Whaling could be a dangerous occupation for those involved in harpooning and killing the whales. In addition, in the age of whaling, small ships by today's standards were easily overcome by storms or sometimes shipwrecked in distant waters. I was fortunate to survive all my journeys and return home to Southampton. The rewards for the owners of the ships, the captains, and the key crew members who led these whaling voyages was considerable. Upon the completion of my time as a whaler, after many long years at sea, I was both a wealthy man for the time and something of a celebrity. My fame came from my last voyage. While hunting whales in the Pacific with Captain Cooper, we discovered a group of shipwrecked Japanese sailors. At this time, Japan was a closed country. The emperors of Japan had barred all outsiders from visiting for the past 150 years to preserve their way of life from outside influence. Daringly, we ventured to this unknown land and returned the sailors to their home. Upon our arrival, we were greeted by Japan's emperor. He allowed our ship to enter Tokyo harbor. Because Japan had been closed to the outside world, I was the first person of African descent they had seen in hundreds of years. The Japanese emperor ordered portraits painted of me and one of my shipmates, a man of Native American descent, to record our visit. The records of Captain Cooper's journey would later find...
So kind of like a Netflix, we'll leave you hanging on that. Encourage you to go up to Sam and hear the rest of that story and all of the other fascinating stories that we were able to tell up there. So let's shift gears up the Hudson Valley to Saratoga. And I had told you about the posters. Let's have a peek at what that looks like.
Let us raise a toast to our victory at Saratoga. May it light the path to independence for our new nation. To independence.
So, yeah, along with that, we have a bunch of historical information regarding, this is Benedict Arnold here, and we've got 3 or 4 other characters, and I think about 20 toasts in all, so people have fun, right? And so you can start seeing the theme here of engage, entertain, educate. And so, like I say, the folks in Saratoga are very progressive. They get tourism, they get moving people around. And so we're currently building on that. And we've created an application here, which highlights the various historical sites near Saratoga around the American Revolution under the America's Turning Point brand, and allows you to set an itinerary, tells you how long it's going to take, and then we provide GPS guidance to get you on that journey. And while you're in the car, sort of a captive audience, we've got all sorts of audio content, just very short and interesting historical characters and various topics. And then once you get to the sites, there's, the traditional reader rails will be there. But with AR, we can do such things as, light them up and have historical characters there telling the stories. The reader boards themselves are in English. We can have an audio version of that generated from your phone and make it multilingual. The one in the back is particularly fun. It's a small one, the vertical one there. There's a couple of holes cut in it with a little shelf there. You put your phone on it, and you see Lady Ackland rowing down the Hudson to save her husband. So that's quite fun. The other thing they're doing in Schuylerville is building an interpretive center here. And at the core of it will be this projection map table. And you can see there's 4 consoles around it, and basically allows people to interact with the map, and the topography of the area is very important, and the events that happen there. Obviously, we want to make this kid friendly as well as kid safe and or kid proof. Got again directional speakers there that are effectively create a cone of silence for each one of those monitors. And so you can scroll through and see the various sites, and then as well scroll through the timelines, and it'll highlight what happened. So with that, I'll sort of end where I began. History is intersection of people, places, and events, and hopefully you're seeing how we're using digital storytelling to reconnect those places with peoples and events to preserve history. And the techniques are to engage, entertain, and educate. Thanks for your time.
Peter, welcome.
Hi. I got no prep on how to use the clicker. It's not my first go around, but I'm just going to press forward and it'll do the thing. My name is Pete Christian Eigner. I'm the director of the Gotham Center for New York City History at CUNY's Graduate School. I brought cards in case you want to reach out. I really hope you do. I want to thank the commissioners who invited me to speak today, to share what we're doing for the 250th. This is an anniversary we've been preparing for several years. So it's great to be able to speak about some of that work today. We're engaged in a whole variety of projects. I won't tell you about all of those today. I'm just going to focus on our centerpiece. Just to give you a quick little background on us. This is the work that we're doing for the 250th is part of an expansion of the Gotham Center that we're calling the Gotham Media Lab, hence our little call back to the black and white cabs and our new logo there. The Gotham Center has been around for about 25 years. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the face in the top corner there. That is Mike Wallace, our founder, but I'm sure that you're familiar with the title of that, the cover of that book in the bottom right, the Gotham book that won the Pulitzer Prize and established Mike in the series that he then followed up and is really, for many people, the Mr. New York City history. So we've done a whole variety of programming, hundreds and hundreds of events. You go to visit our website at gothamcenter.org. You can see some of our history there. So this expansion that we're planning is all sort of the debut will all be sort of built around the 250th anniversary. And when we were thinking about what we wanted to do in terms of a contribution to the 250th, we were thinking about the question that we often think about at the Gotham Center: what is unique in terms of New York City's, taking that lens of New York City as the vantage on US or global history. And when it comes to the revolution, of course, as Marie Salerno noted earlier, it's Boston and Philadelphia that people think about, and not New York, right? Which is crazy in many ways, and that is the argument that we make at the Gotham Center. For us, thinking about this question of why New York is not, New York City specifically, is not often thought of when people think about the American Revolution. We think that one of the major reasons, of course, is that Boston and Philadelphia had the very bright idea to organize their freedom trails. And so that's the thing that I'm going to be talking about today, is that we have designed a freedom trail for New York City that we very much hope will live beyond the 250th anniversary next year. And we would love to partner with your organizations or get your guidance about how we can expand this project. Just to give you a small sense of what this will mean potentially for New York State beyond the 250th anniversary. This is something we've often sort of said to some of our partners and various agencies in economic development. This is the graphic look different on our end, so I apologize for the obscurity here. But by our estimates, New York City is New York State, for its part, is losing about upwards of $7 billion a year in revenue from tourism, from a very strong and fast-growing segment of the general tourism market, the heritage tourism market, in which the American Revolution has long been the crown jewel. So when Boston, for example, organized its Freedom Trail in the 1950s, they got about the same amount of tourists that New York gets, which is under 500,000 for this sector of the tourism market. They 10x that by organizing the Freedom Trail. And we hope that what we're doing here can be the beginning of turning those things around and really sort of identifying New York as a central place in the American Revolution. Some of those, I don't know how many folks have been sort of talking about New York City's place and New York State's place in the history of the American Revolution in these meetings. I could bore you to tears talking about all the ways in which we are the central character in this story. But you will have to visit our website for that. So this is the Freedom Trail that I mentioned. We launched this about 2 years ago. It is a 16-stop tour of Lower Manhattan. It's roughly modeled on the Boston Trail, so it's about the same distance and time. You get 75 minutes of audio narration that take you through these 16 stops. And as you can see on the right, maybe you can't, I'm missing my glasses today, so this is all a little fuzzy. This moves chronologically through the period. So we hope that that sort of aids people in understanding a large, complex story. This is going to be launched this summer in partnership with the Downtown Alliance for Lower Manhattan Bid. There'll be brochures that are distributed throughout hotels, and we're talking about with other agencies about expanding that marketing push. Some of those locations, for example, Federal Hall, are along the trail. And if you're connected to some of these organizations, please be in touch with us. We will try to be in touch with you. The website has not just this material that takes people through the tour on location, but it has a library that has 60,000 words of text that give you a chance to sort of dig deeper onto any one of the subject areas that might spark your interest. So we call it a choose your own adventure story. You can nerd out on any part of the revolution that strikes your particular fancy, or if you've just got, an hour and a half and you want to sort of kill that in Lower Manhattan one weekend, that's fine by us too. There's also K-12 material that we produced and we'll be expanding. And there's a little about button there that narrows down what we see as the core elements of why New York City changes the vantage on the American Revolution writ large. So I'll talk a little bit about that later. But basically, you go to each location, you'll get a picture of what you're sort of looking at in the present day. You'll get a picture of what you would have been looking back in the day, because of course, so much of that landscape is gone. You'll get a character profile, references to what you can sort of see and touch. There is video at select locations. We have a much larger library that we're expanding and we'll be rolling out. This is from the about section that talks about why New York City is central in this story. Again, I won't sort of bore you if you've heard a bunch of this before. I'm sure you have. You know, it's the first major battle of the revolution, the largest, the most important. The revolution almost ends that first summer in New York City at several points. We're about half an hour away from where the vast majority of people who fought and died for the revolution still lie in unmarked graves, right where we stand right here today. So it's sort of crazy that people don't think of New York City when they think of the American Revolution. It literally begins and ends here with British evacuation. So there's the whole argument about economic development. There's also just the whole argument about like, we should know our history. And of course, when you talk about New York City, you're talking about what is then is now, the most diverse place in the country. Virtually every group is there and has a central role in this story. So you get a far more inclusive story than you do traditionally, right? Instead of the sort of 35 guys who get together in powdered wigs and go into that room in Philadelphia and hammer out the Constitution, you're talking about folks like Joseph Brand, who you've seen a couple of times on the screen. You're talking about guys like Caesar Glover, right? The enslaved man who probably prevents the, you know, among others, prevents the revolution from perishing that first summer. A whole host of characters. You can see some of them up on the screen, and I won't bore you. This is from a advertising campaign that we did when we launched 2 years ago on the Link NYC stations at dozens of locations around the city. It just throws out some of those factoids. And again, you know, I could go on all day about this stuff, but you know, how many people know that, you know, the American Revolution, sometimes called the first emancipation, that half of those people who escaped slavery find sanctuary within New York City, right? How many people know that the worst fire in the city's history happens during that war? How many people even just know basic things like the fact that we were the first capital, or that New York functioned as the only place that the British managed to hold on to during the war? Most people don't. Most New Yorkers don't. So this is from the brochure that you'll hopefully be seeing in hotels and other places this summer. You will definitely be seeing. This is again, look different on my end, but this is the schematic for the various projects that we're engaged with. So on the basis of this trail, we're now, we've been curating what will be a co-presented, very large exhibition at the Museum of the City of New York next spring, based on the work that we did. Some of you saw the museum section of the New York Times a couple of weeks ago. You'll see there was profiled there. We'll be releasing the trail as a smartphone app this summer, as I said, but then we're also going to be expanding about that. And I'm going to just say a few words about that before I get off stage today. We're also working on live tours. We have a guidebook proposal out with publishers. I can't quite make out actually from the screen here the way the text looks now, but various other projects. The most exciting of which maybe is that in New York City, as opposed to Boston and Philadelphia, one of the challenges we face, of course, is that so much of the colonial landscape is gone, right? So you can go to Boston, you can go to Philadelphia, and you can see and touch those old buildings, right? New York City becomes the economic headquarters of the country, so much of that stuff gets sort of demolished. There's also the, you know, fires and things like that that don't do so well for historic buildings. So we've always sort of thought from the beginning that this had to be an app because we need to give people that sense of the immersion and stepping back into time. And so we're excited to say, I can't quite exactly sort of name names here, but we have a very, very large video game company that we're about to enter and sign a contract with that has digitally recreated the landscape of New York City in this period. And so that will be integrated into the app that we have so that you can actually literally kind of step into that past and step into the room and have conversations with some of those folks that are featured in our trail. So this will, I'm sure you can't make out that text any better than I, but you know, this will enable people to actually be walking around Lower Manhattan and see the way it looked during this period, right? And it'll be location or GPS directed so that it's truly sort of location based, although you'll also have ways to enjoy it from at home. And I apologize, you know, I wasn't anticipating that my vision would be a problem today. I can't quite make out those texts, so we'll just move on. This is just a taster. The organization that we're working with is doing a similar thing for Boston's Freedom Trail, so there'll be some gaming elements as well. And we know from the work that they've done in the past that this has, as Jack was saying with his work, done a very good job of going beyond that sort of museum audience. We all love museums here, so do I. But we're trying to reach the widest market possible. And so our sort of default is like, why choose between audiences, right? So we want to try to bring people in at whatever level of history they're sort of looking for, or whatever sort of breadth of knowledge they might bring. So there'll be these sort of gaming features and things like that that are particularly attractive, we know, to younger folks, and will add a little flair to the work that we're doing. So you could, for example, actually sort of step onto people who are buffs here might recognize the ship there. That's the HMS Jersey, which was parked here in Wallabout Bay in Brooklyn, a swamp where the vast majority of folks who died in the Revolution, these are, we're talking like 3 to 4 times the number of people who died in the battlefield, die as POWs, America's first POWs in this ship. The usual number that you see at Plex and things like that around the city is 12,000. It's probably more like 18. So you'll be able to sort of experience that. And we're hoping that that will make this, often kind of abstract history a little more visceral for people, right? And give them a sense of the sort of really sort of often grim, but also, what we say here is that when you change the geographic lens, not to, be cruel to our friends from Boston and Philadelphia, very fine cities. But when you change the geographic lens to New York City, you really are often sort of encountering the revolution from a variety of perspectives that really turn the whole kind of story upside down, and I think make it a lot more interesting and engaging. And so it was pleasing to hear the speaker at the beginning talk about the guidelines that this commission has set forth or is contemplating, because I think our project really falls into line with many of those. So that project will be moving forward, and we are currently in fundraising, but expect that we'll be able to launch that in Q2 of next year. And I will just close by saying that this project from the beginning has been not just about the Gotham Center, but about what it can do for New York and for other organizations around the city. So I hope that you all will reach out, and we'll be reaching out to you. And our goal is to reach that larger ecosystem that go beyond the actual anniversary year. I think that there's a lot of potential for all of the institutions that are at stake here. I think that, our story is often a regional one, so I don't think that it's strictly within the 5 boroughs either. We do make reference to some of the events that are happening upstate at times too. So I thank you for your time, and I hope I will be in touch with you.
Robert.
Hi, I'm Robert Blecker, and this is very exciting, and I really appreciate this invitation, because now I'm getting a sense of commemoration and the various perspectives by which it can happen. My contribution to this is a play that I wrote called Father Anonymous. I've been working on it for 40 years. The first draft is 1985, and it's finally premiering off Broadway at the AMT Theater in 10 days, which makes me shudder. I'd like to put things in perspective here. First of all, if we're going to be New York centered for a moment, I have to confess the play is set in Boston, if you'll forgive the expression. It opens the day of the Boston Massacre on March 5th, 1770, and it closes with the martyrdom of Dr. Joseph Warren at Bunker Hill on June 17th, 1775. Among the forgotten figures that we're being exposed to today is Dr. Joseph Warren. Some of you may have heard of him, probably very few of you have heard of him. There are 14 counties named after Joseph. Only 3 presidents have more, and very few people remember who he is. Everybody remembers Paul Revere's famous ride, and no one remembers who sent him on it. That's the poster that we're using. That's supposedly Paul taken from one of the paintings, and the figure behind is Dr. Joseph Warren. He was the leading doctor of his day. He sent Paul Revere on the ride. Samuel Adams had chosen him to lead America and play the role that George Washington ends up playing. Only he embodies some of the noblest ideals of America, about which I'd like to speak for a few minutes. And when he shows up at Bunker Hill, he shows up as a volunteer, even though he's been commissioned a major general. And Colonel Prescott, who's famous for saying, well, he's famous for saying, don't fire till you see the whites of their eyes. What he actually said is, don't fire till you see the white of their eyes. But in any case, Prescott offers Warren command, and Warren refuses it and says, I'm here to fight as a volunteer. Prescott says, well, if I'm in charge, then you should go back to Cambridge and run the war, which is what he was doing. And Joseph refuses, and instead he goes into the redoubt, the fort, which was the hottest spot before the British charged for the third time. He turns back into the doctor that he ultimately was, treats the wounded and the dying, and takes a bullet in the back of his head at age 34. Oddly, weirdly, that same day, maybe that same moment, on June 17th, 1775, in Philadelphia, if you'll excuse that phrase too, in Philadelphia, George Washington is being handed his commission as commander-in-chief of the American Army, which is what Joseph was pushing Sam Adams to accomplish down in Philadelphia, because he was running the New England Army, and we desperately needed an American army with an American commander-in-chief, which would unite Virginia and the Joseph embodied ideals, and your commemoration is very important, very exciting. And it seems to me a commemoration, a historical commemoration, should consist of both celebration and also reflection. In terms of celebration, I know it's current these days to trash our national leaders. I don't just mean current in the last year or so. I mean current in the last several decades. I was sort of taught that no political leader is really heroic once you understand who he or she was. They're all selfish and self-serving. They're all power-grabbing. And I don't hold that. I don't believe it. And more importantly, what I believe is irrelevant. I think the nation needs its heroes. Part of the objective here with this play is to attract a different kind of audience, a live one, to a live performance, but to embrace its heroes and to embrace some of its constitutional traditions. I don't want to keep you longer, so I'll truncate some of the comments I was going to make, but at least to give you a sense of how deep these piles go, in my view, and what we are celebrating. When we celebrate the 250th, we celebrate much more than that. We celebrate the 2500th. And in fact, we can start even earlier in terms of constitutionalism and commitments. I would start with Odysseus at the mast. If you remember the famous story. He has himself bound. He orders his men to bind him and to ignore his entreaties when they come close to the sirens, because they've been warned about the sirens and they sing so sweetly that everyone who succumbs to their song does it at their peril. And the bones of all those who try to reach the sirens litter the rocks on which they sing. But he's also warned by the goddess Circe, who has fallen in love with him, that it's worth hearing, but not worth following their command. So he tells his men to bind him to the mast, put wax in their ears, and he instructs them, whatever I tell you when we get near the sirens, ignore. Just keep on rowing until we get past. And that's the basic constitutional structure that they start out with. The structure is Odysseus' word is law. How do we know what law is? Whatever Odysseus commands is law, and that's accepted. When they reach the sirens, as Homer describes to us, Odysseus signals his men. Look, I know what I told you before. Don't forget about it. Take the wax out of your ears, untie me from the mast, and let's go to the sirens. Now, he may have been bound to the mast, but his men are caught in the bind. Because whose voice do they listen to? Do they listen to the past Odysseus, who has made them commit themselves to ignore the current Odysseus, who is telling them to ignore the past? So they're caught in this bind, and in fact, they obey the earlier rational command to keep rowing and disobey the current emotional command to untie him. My claim is, at that moment, constitutionalism is born in the West. When the future becomes the present and the past still controls, That's when we commit ourselves to the Constitution, to the notion of a Constitution, which is a set of procedures that we design at a rational moment to help bind us and restrain us when public policy, wise, good, attractive public policy would seem to commit us to move in a different direction than the past commands are telling us to stay constant with. Move, well, if we have that more time, I'd move slowly, but let's leap a few hundred years from 3,000 years ago to 2,500 years ago. There's so much at the heart of Western democracy and Western constitutionalism and what we're celebrating in the American Revolution that we find with the ancient Greeks. For example, the great ancient lawgiver, constitution giver Solon, who prevented a civil war by creating a constitutional set of structures which pleased nobody, and he didn't stay around to interpret it because he didn't want the flack that would come from it. And he said very wisely, I gave them not the best constitution I could design, but the best they would accept. Solon stands fundamentally for moderation, which is a lesson we need to learn deeply in this bitterly divided country today. And we learn it partly through heroic sacrifices that we've seen. We could go to the same period of time that Heraclitus, who would deny that we can actually learn from history. You know the famous line by Santayana, those who do not learn from history are condemned to repeat it. The question that arises, it seems to me, a very difficult question is whether we can learn from history and still be condemned to repeat it. But if we were to avoid it, now Heraclitus himself denied it because he said famously, you cannot step in the same river twice for fresh waters flow on. He's well known for that. Of course, constitutionalism is a commitment to reject that perspective. We can step in the same river twice, that the river retains its identity even though facts and circumstances change with every individual situation. That the whole judicial method to which we're committed is one that allows us to look at a piece of legislation which enacts general rules and ways of analyzing situations as relevantly similar or distinguishable, and that we can say, although this is different in some of its circumstances and some of its particularities, it is nevertheless relevantly similar so that we can say that this is a situation of that type, and therefore precedent requires that we follow and act in a certain way. That's to deny what Heraclitus suggested, that we cannot step in the same river twice. But there is another metaphor that he gave us 2,500 years ago that is incredibly present today. And that is when he analyzed what was the underlying reality behind stability, which is what everyone has craved for thousands of years, and which we crave today, much more stability than we in fact have in terms of political stability and constitutional stability. The metaphor that Heraclitus offered was one of the strung bow. That is, it sits there as in a bow and arrow. It sits there in apparent rest. But if you really understand its dynamic, you will see that it's wood that is in tension with being held by string. And if you were to cut the string, the wood would snap. And so he defines stability as really the tension of warring opposites. The tension of warring opposites. Of course, fast forward to the 51st Federalist paper where Madison says you've got to set power against power. And the whole notion of the American constitutional structure and part of the 250th, which we're celebrating, is a structure that sets power against power. Specifically and primarily the executive power against the legislative power that would push back against each other. That, of course, takes us naturally to 2025, and one of the great controversies that besets us today, which is to what degree does executive power necessarily and beneficially get exercised in times of emergencies? As we all know, the current administration has declared a number of emergencies. They're not the first, and to do this, they won't be the last. You go back to Roosevelt administration, emergencies all over the place. You go to the Obama administration, many emergencies were declared. When emergencies get declared by the executive, that has traditionally given the executive power to act outside the rules, the standard rules. This goes way back. In the executive prerogative. It goes back to the ancient Greeks, and in a sense, it goes back to Odysseus at Damascus, who was exercising the prerogative in the emergency to change the ordinary course of constitutional command. But leaving out the ancient Greeks for a moment, just to go back to the founding period that our founders looked back to. We're looking back, all of us together in some ways, to the 250th as the founding period, basically 1765 to 1791, the snapback crisis to the ratification of the Bill of Rights. But the founding generation looked back as their founding generation to the 17th century English history. And the greatest constitutional case in the 17th century was the ship's money case. It had always been understood and accepted and embraced that executive prerogative in times of emergency allowed the executive to raise money outside the ordinary course of things and not necessarily consult the legislature for the source of funding. Since 1215 with the Magna Carta, we've been committed to the basic proposition. This is one of the things that we deeply celebrate this year in the 250th, that money can only be raised through the free gift of the commons, known today as the legislature enacts the budget and then the executive gets to spend it, except in times of emergency. It had always been recognized that executive prerogative was both dangerous and necessary. Locke, our patron saint, whose 250th we really do celebrate with the revolution, Locke, the constitutional patron saint, defined executive prerogative as the right to go outside the rules in an emergency for the sake of the whole. That part's often remembered. What's later forgotten is the comma that follows it, later to be confirmed by the whole. Meaning, in times of emergency, the executive must and should rise to the occasion and for the good of the whole, take executive emergency action, but make a record and keep that record so that later it can be examined to see whether there was sufficient reason to, in fact, invoke the executive prerogative. Our founding generation looked back at 1588 when Queen Elizabeth I, in an emergency, raised funds outside of Parliament and defended the realm against the Spanish Armada. That was unquestionably right. Now we get back to the ship's money case 3/4 of a century later. King Charles I declares an emergency and tells the seaport towns to give him ships. The next year he says, well, the emergency is continuing. And so continue to give me the ships. And if you don't want to give me ships, that's okay too. You can just give me the monetary equivalent. And what he does is extends it beyond the seaport towns to the inland towns. It says, give me the ships. And they go, ships? What are ships? Because, you know, the things that sail on the sea. Sea? What's the sea? Because I haven't seen them. Give me the monetary equivalent. That gets challenged and it goes up to the High Court, 12 judges. And the question is, what if the king declares an emergency and he's mistaken? What if the king declares an emergency and he's lying? What if he knows there is no emergency and claims it in order to make an end run around the legislature? And counter, the king's people say, well, if the king hasn't the right to decide when and whether there's an emergency, who does? Furthermore, they present the standard doctrine of the time, the king can do no wrong. Well, the opponents come back with a very clever logic. Well, if the king can do no wrong, and it's wrong, then the king hasn't done it. Well, who has done it? King's advisors. Oh, he's playing advisors, even executed. If you need to, the king is acting on false information. Only the king had the true information. He never would have done what was wrong. Therefore, the king never does wrong. The king can do no wrong. Anyway, the case goes up, and I hope you see the currency of this. And this is very much part of what we're celebrating or reflecting on today. It goes up, and the court splits 7-5 ultimately in favor of the king. That there's no other place ultimately to locate the prerogative, power, and the decision to declare an emergency than on the executive. But once again, Locke, which moves us by way of logic to the American Revolution, and that is the right to go outside the rules in an emergency for the good of the whole, later to be confirmed by the whole. So in this play, for example, Father Anonymous, Joseph Warren, faces a similar kind of crisis. The Massachusetts legislature, which was an illegal body, nevertheless, of which he was president, by the way, and was commissioned in the Major General, that Massachusetts legislature restricted the Committee of Safety, which he was chairman of, the Committee of Safety to authorize military resistance to the British if they moved into the countryside, unless they moved in with artillery and provisions, backpacks. In fact, they didn't move in with artillery and backpacks that night at Lexington and Concord when they were sent out. And the reason they didn't is because America's worst traitor, not benefited. Anyway, it's a weird conference. Warren sent them Ticonderoga. And after he dies at Bunker Hill, Benedict Arnold comes back and returns, and in fact helps support his children, who are not supported yet at that point. But in any case, the worst traitor in American history is Benjamin Church, a name that's been forgotten, fortunately, for his descent. Benjamin Church was part of the inner leadership all during this period and was reporting to General Gage. And so Gage knew that the Massachusetts Congress had restricted military confrontation only to the situation where there was artillery and provisions. And so Gage ordered them to move out to Lexington and Concord without artillery and without provisions, knowing that they then wouldn't face military resistance because you'd have to violate the Massachusetts congressional secretly held restrictions, because Church told them. Well, Joseph had to make a decision, and the decision was, is this an emergency? Yes. Can I disobey the orders of Congress, the specific restrictions that have been placed on me in this emergency for the good of the whole? And he decides, yes, I can, I will, I must, and he does, and thus Lexington and Concord and the American Revolution breaks out. And so the play itself is suffused with this question, among others, constitutional questions that I won't go on because I don't want to belabor and get us into more time trouble. But the play, and of course, part of this is a pitch for you to come, because if not this audience, who then? Who then? So the Joseph Warren, so many people, as was just said, so many people have been forgotten who were key to the revolution. Joseph Warren, primarily among them. Warren County, New York, Warren County, Illinois, Warren County, Ohio, Warren County, Pennsylvania. Oddly and ironically, by the way, Paul Revere was also a completely forgotten figure and had become obscure, except among collectors of fine silversmithing, until Longfellow wrote his inaccurate poem about Paul. And Sam Adams, when I started writing this play in 1985, Father in Arms was actually Sam Adams, and that ended when the beer company took off nationally. It's very important that we have our heroes. We have a right to our heroes. It's necessary that we have our heroes. And the final claim I would make that I'm preaching, I know, to the choir is, if we really celebrate with reflection and appreciate the 2,500 years of, or 3,000 years of constitutionalism and the principles that we hold dear in common, whatever the current political divide is, principles like power will encroach on liberty, but yet power is fundamentally necessary to protect liberty. And that the only legitimate exercise of power ultimately is to serve liberty. Civilian control over the military. Divided government operating best when power is set against power, an independent executive, legislature, and judiciary. And by the way, I finally just because this is New York and about New York, I'm no expert in the New York Revolutionary history, although I should be. We all should be, and I accept that. When Washington, after Washington is appointed commander-in-chief, he arrives to take control of the New England Army surrounding Boston. He stops at the New York legislature, and he says, he gives them a talk, and they're a little bit uncertain. Have we just appointed a dictator? Well, is he to be trusted with limited power? And he says to them, we have not forgotten the citizen for the soldier. Meaning he remains primarily an American citizen well before he's a soldier. And then in terms of New York history, crucially, when the war does shift south from Boston to New York, Washington sends a note to Congress, I can't hold New York because the British control the waterways, and we will be decimated if I try to hold New York. Congress sends him back a message saying, hold New York. Washington knows it is military folly to try to hold New York. He knows he's going to suffer defeat. He knows he's going to suffer massive casualties if he tries. But the fact is, Congress has the right to decide. The highest civilian authority controls the military. Washington gets his orders from Congress, and though he had the power to defy them, more importantly, he had the constitutional commitment to obey, and he tries to hold New York, and as you all know, he fails, suffers casualties, enormous casualties. But he vindicates that principle among many, which is civilian control over the military. So I close by just saying, thank you for what you do. I can only hope that this current division gets healed when we embrace in common that which unites us left and right, which is the fundamental principles which we celebrate by our 250th.
Thank you for joining us. We're just, we're gonna get, because we have the slides out of order, we've got to put them back in order.
We need to set up.
Okay. We can. But meanwhile, why don't you introduce yourself while we get your slides set up?
I'm Beverly Tyler. I'm educator and historian from the Trinidad Historical Society. And basically, the story that I'm going to tell you is based on primary sources, and it was designed as a junior high and high school program on primary sources, which of course may be a little bit above what you would normally get. But, go back 2 slides.
Okay, let's see. Oops, we might have them. Is it this one?
No, going the wrong way.
Oh, boy.
One more.
There it
There's
is.
it.
Okay.
Following the Battle of Long Island in Brooklyn in August of 1776, British forces controlled all of Long Island. Within a few months, they took control of the headquarters in Manhattan and established naval bases in New York Harbor and Sag Harbor, Long Island. Washington, with various headquarters in upstate New York and New Jersey and Pennsylvania, needed intelligence on these British forces on Long Island and in New York City. But it wasn't until August of 1778 that he authorized the formation of the Culper's Fire. Before that, Washington had only reports of various Patriot officers in and around Long Island and New York City, including Caleb Brewster, who was an artillery officer based in Fairfield, Connecticut, shown in their map, recruited men to man an armed whaleboat to sail across Long Island Sound to Setauket and other close by locations to get information on the intelligence that he needed. So basically, the Battle of Long Island, as you've been told, gave the British the entire Long Island. And it stayed that way for the next 7 years. So Washington needed information about New York City. And he finally was able to get the ring that he wanted to begin with, the Culper's Fire ring, but not in the location that he wanted. Let me give you an explanation really quickly. Okay? Members of the Culper's Fire ring: Major Benjamin Talman, Washington's intelligence chief, codenamed John Bolton, code number 721. Abraham Woodall, Culper's Fire chief on Long Island, codenamed Samuel Culper Sr., code number 722. These are codes devised by Benjamin Talmadge. Were about 800 words that were used in the code list. Robert Townsend, Culper's Spy based in Manhattan, codenamed Samuel Culper, code number 723. Next slide. Austin Rowe, tavern keeper and courier between Manhattan and Setauket, code number 724. And Caleb Brewster, lieutenant of artillery, that was his official title, and whaleboat captain, code number 725. That is the basic setup of the Culper's Fire.
Oops. Is this it? No, you want the members of that.
How do we know? Go back.
I'm good. There we go.
How do we know about the events that occurred in the American Revolution during the 10 days in July of 1780? What led up to these events and what had affected the outcome? The year is 1780. The American Revolution has been going on for 40 years. Washington and his army are struggling with lost battle, lack of supplies, and desertion of troops. But on the horizon is good news. The French, through negotiations of Benjamin Franklin, have agreed to send a fleet of ships with soldiers and supplies to aid the Americans in their fight. The plan is to have the fleet land in Newport, Rhode Island, regroup and await instructions from Washington, who needed to know what the British knew about the arrival of the French fleet and if an attack on them was planned. Washington relied on spies, especially the Culper spies, to find out and let him know as quickly as possible. Next one. On July 10th and 11th, the French fleet, with over 6,000 troops under the Count de Rochambeau, arrives in Newport, Rhode Island, to support General Washington and the Continental Army. Next slide. On July 11th, the next day, from his now Wayne, New Jersey headquarters, General Washington sends a letter to his Chief of Intelligence, Major Benjamin Talbot. All of these original letters are part of the Library of Congress, which is the symbol that you see on the sheet there. Washington knew his importance. Every single piece of correspondence that came into or went out of headquarters was copied by his aides or scribes. All of them ended up in Mount Vernon, wrapped in steel bands around cases, so that they stayed there. They stayed there through about 3 generations of people at his home. Thank goodness they eventually ended up in the Library of Congress, and they are now on the website of the Library of Congress. Next slide. Quote from Washington. As we may every moment expect the arrival of the French fleet, a revival of the correspondence with the Culpers will be of very great importance. If the younger cannot be engaged, that's Samuel Culper Jr., who is based in New York, you will endeavor to prevail upon the elder, Samuel Culper Sr., Abraham Woodhull, to give you information of the movement and position of the enemy upon Long Island. End of quote. There's a lot of reasons why he needed to send that letter, but we won't go into that. Next slide. Let's go back just a moment to June 12, 1780. From Morristown, New Jersey, winter headquarters of the Continental Army, Patriot General Benedict Arnold, in an act of treason soon to unfold, alerts British General Henry Clinton that the French fleet, under the command of Rochambeau with 6,000 troops, will arrive in early July to reinforce the Continental Army. Arnold writes in code, and he did code with every single word. Why? I don't know. 6 French ships of the line, several frigates, and a number of transports with 6,000 troops are expected at Rhode Island in 2 or 3 weeks to act under General Washington. Governor Trumbull is laying up flour and pork at Connecticut River for the French. The drafts, when completed, will make General Washington 20,000 troops, but some states are so dilatory he does not expect strong reinforcements before August. Next slide. The troops on the newly arrived French ships are vulnerable to attack after the long sea voyage. Having been informed by Benedict Arnold of the fleet's arrival, British General Henry Clinton makes plans to ambush the fleet before they can recover from the trip across the Atlantic Ocean and organize their defenses. This coded letter above left from Arnold to Major John Andre and a portion of the decoded letter are in the Henry Clinton collection of the Clements Library in Michigan. Next slide. July 15th. Benjamin Talmadge arrives in Fairfield, Connecticut, and asks Caleb Brewster to carry Washington's July 11th letter to Setauket that night. July 16th, Washington writes to the Marquis de Lafayette that he wants to attack New York and suggests his desire, quote, that the French squadron should take a station, while it can do so with safety, off Sandy Hook, end quote. Washington hopes to use the French warships to block the British from bringing ships in to support the British as Washington attacks and captures New York City, or at least with the use of the French fleet, demonstrate what the combined American and French, quote, are competent to do, end quote. The next day, July 17th, Lafayette leaves Wayne, New Jersey, en route to Newport, unaware of British General Clinton's plan to attack the French fleet and the French army. Next day, July 18th. By this date, Robert Townsend, Woodhull's corresponding operative in New York City, alias Samuel Culper Jr., observes British ship movements and preparation and overhears talk of a British attack on the French. Same day, back in Connecticut, Talmadge replies to General Washington that he expects to hear from the culprit spies in a few days. Next day, July 19th, Washington writes to Rochambeau asking if the French are yet prepared to defend Newport in case the British do attack. Next day, July 20th, from Setauket, Woodhull writes to Talmadge, your letter came to hand and found me very ill with fever and still continues. All I could do was to send Rowe with directions. Woodhull was quite often sick in bed, nervous, everything. July 20th, unbeknownst to Woodhull, Rowe is already in New York, where he receives a letter from Robert Townsend that the British are preparing to attack the French at Newport. British General Clinton expects ships and men from both New York and Sag Harbor on the east end of Long Island to surprise and defeat the French. The letter makes its way to Setauket the same day, 60 miles, 10 hours by horse if they don't stop. Of course they do. A suggestion by General Washington to Robert Townsend in one of his letters, the one of September 24, 1779, states, quote, write a letter of some manner of business to someone in Setauket, writing on the same page with the stain, in other words, invisible ink, your secret intelligence, end quote. Let's take a closer look at that July 20th letter. Can you tell where the message was written in sympathetic stain? It's right there under the picture. No, go back. Still. There you go. It's right there under the picture of you guys. Right here. At the top right, you see a dark area. That is the result of the reagent applied to the invisible ink to make the message visible. Over the past 240 years, the invisible ink has faded and the reagent to bring out the message is darkened. This again is a letter in the Library of Congress. Same day, next slide. In Setauket, Woodhull receives the letter from Rowe and writes an urgent letter to Brewster, quote, let not an hour pass, for this day must not be lost. You have news of the greatest consequence perhaps that has ever happened to your country, end quote. So Woodhull responds to, you can leave that here. Woodhull responds to the letter that he receives from New York City, but he knows what's in it. And he knows what's in it because of the verbal communication that's being given, which is the only explanation. Because he does not use the reagent to bring out the letter. He's not going to do that because the letter is still in British territory. Because all of Long Island is British territory. It's only going from Setauket, Long Island to Fairfield, Connecticut, that you go from British territory to American territory, and that's the most dangerous part. The message, next slide. The message from Townsend arrived in Fairfield, Connecticut early on the 21st. It was written in New York on the 20th. It reached Setauket on the 20th. It's now in Fairfield, Connecticut on the 21st, taken by the rooms to Washington's headquarters, where it's received the same day. Washington is not at headquarters, so Alexander Hamilton, his aide-de-camp, uses a reagent to read the invisible ink message and immediately sends a warning message to Rochambeau in Newport. Next slide. And a warning letter to Lafayette, who's on his way to Newport. Next slide. July 22nd. Washington, now at headquarters, learns of the British plans and continues his preparation to attack New York as the British prepare to attack the French in Newport. Next slide. Sometime before July 29th, we don't know what day or how it occurred, the British leave New York City and pass through Hellgate into Long Island Sound. Hellgate is a narrow passageway between New York City and Long Island Sound. It makes for a difficult passage due to the strength of the current. Sailing ships need to pass through Hellgate at high tide when the current is less, when the wind direction is favorable. It seems to have been unfavorable for a number of days. Next slide. British General Clinton cannot get Admiral Marion Abernoth to move from the Sag Harbor base to join the assault against the French at Newport. General Clinton then calls off the attack about July 29th, sending signal fires along the Long Island coast to tell his ships to return to New York City. Next slide. No, go back. You went too far. Yep. These slides are larger than they should be. I don't know why that green part is so large. That's your problem, not mine. So why did the British attack on the French fleet at Newport, Rhode Island fail? Was it the covert spying communication to Washington, or the difficulty getting into Long Island Sound, or the threat of attack on New York City by General Washington, or the lack of a British Army and Navy coordinated attack? Next slide. You got it.
Yeah.
Different historians tell different messages. Let's take a look at how these primary sources were used by historians to answer the question. According to Thomas Fleming, George Washington leaked disinformation to a known British agent that he would attack New York City with 12,000 men, which he didn't have, once the British left for Rhode Island. British General Clinton in New York received a false message and signal fires from along the North Shore, Long Island to alert the British ships to turn back. Alexander Rose states that Clinton chose not to attack Rhode Island for several reasons, among them being the lack of enough cannon and ammunition and strong currents at Hellgate. Ed Langle writes that it's clear that Lafayette and the French greatly feared a British attack on Newport by late July, and that Washington hoped to counter it by making a feint against New York. British General Clinton's biographer, Wilcox, claims that Clinton called off the attack because he hoped for easier pickings soon to come, thanks to trader Benedict Arnold. From his correspondence, it appears that Washington generally considered attacking New York City if the British had attacked Newport. So what can we take away from all that we have discussed? Next slide. Well, that was it.
That was it.
Anyway, following up, the success of the French fleet warning was important, as was the lines of communication between Washington and his officers and between Washington and its spies. We may never know how important. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions?
Does the Historical Society have an exhibit on the ring?
Yes, we have an exhibit on the Coldstream firing. And this, of course, the French Fleet warning is part of that. When we took the French Fleet warning, because we have so many of these letters on communication, I actually looked at a particular day, I believe it was the 21st of July. There were 13 letters that Washington either received or sent out during that day. So you think of General Washington as a general running his army, but he's also an executive who is spending a great deal of time with communications. I don't know how many aides and scribes he had, but there were a few at every headquarters that he had. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Two other things, just so I just want to thank Nick Buron for hosting us here at the Queen's Library today. You're actually, from what I understand, this library is the busiest branch library in the United States of America. Hey, so that's incredible. And so just thank you for having us, and we appreciate you just telling us a little bit about the library and the work that we do.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, and thank you all for being here today. Before I begin, I want to continue with what you just said by thanking Yang Zhang, our great director. Helped to make this possible, and hopefully it's been a wonderful day for you as well. My name is Nick Buron. I am the Chief Librarian here at the Queen's Public Library. And again, like I said, it's great to have you here on behalf of our President and CEO, Dennis Walcott, and our entire staff. We are glad.
There it goes.
On behalf of our President and CEO, Dennis Walcott, and the entire staff here at the Queen's Public Library, we are glad that you have been able to join us today for this important event. I am not a historian. I am a librarian, and I have been one for 30+ years. That being said, I am proud that I have a BA in American History from the University of Albany. And then I have the honor and privilege of being taught by distinguished Professor Emeritus Dr. Sun Kim, who that's where I get my American history from. Clearly one of the best people I've ever heard speak. That man did it without notes. He just spoke and just told the story. I did want to just, while you're here and that I had your attention, I wanted to just give you a little overview of our library so that you walk away with a little more of an understanding of who we are here at the Queen's Public Library and where we are going. Certainly, the story starts not with the American Revolution, and not even with the Dutch, as you know, but with the native Lenape people, who are still here among our 2.4 million people, and that's very important to always remember. The Dutch showed up, as you know, and the New Netherlands is here, and this is where I say goeiedag and welcome, which is what you would have heard here in 1635. While they had castle, the castle all the way, while they had Lower Manhattan, a lot of settlements were right here in Queens. And that would be Maspeth, where we are today here in Flushing, Newtown, which is now Elmhurst, and Jamaica itself. And in order to understand the American Revolution and then what came out of the American Revolution, our Declaration, our Constitution, where we are today, we would be remiss not to talk about the Flushing Remonstrance, which was signed by the people of Flushing, not far from here, within a half a mile. Right now, it is a police station. The Flushing Remonstrance of 1657, freedom of religion in the United States started at that point. It is the banning of Quaker worship by Peter Stuyvesant and the people of Flushing, the small group of people of Flushing who rose up against that and wrote the Flushing Remonstrance, which we had here. Had the remonstrance here at the Flushing Library. It was on loan to us. We would love to see it again. Thank you. Here's my pitch. What is also here is the John Bound House, which is worth noting, and the Quaker Meeting House. They both still stand here. They're both here still in Flushing. So you can see pre-revolution history right here, again, within half a mile of where we are today. The American Revolution, I'm sure that was a topic of conversation today. Queens was occupied, as you heard, after the Battle of Long Island in 1776. What I would like to just add here, as for a little bit of Queens, is that Rufus King, one of the delegates from Massachusetts to the Continental Congress, did live here after the Revolution. He is a signer of the U.S. Constitution and ended up being a United States Senator from New York State. The Rufus King Manor in Jamaica, not far from our Central Library in Jamaica, was bought by the King estate in 1805. The family lived there up until 1896. It is still there too. So there's lots of history that you can touch here in Queens that could really bring you back all the way hundreds of years ago. But I am not, and even with my Bachelor's of Arts in American History, I am not a historian, and I am here to talk a little bit about the Queens Public Library. It's called the Queensborough Public Library legally by the state. We call it the Queens Public Library. In the great movement of the mid-1800s, it was part of the, it was first a subscription library here in Queens in 1858. And a public library came about in 1869 here at Flushing. In fact, I highly recommend that you look at the pictures if you haven't already down here. As you come out, you can see the 4 iterations of the Flushing Library. Thank you, Director Zhang. There were 4 iterations. And in 1905, also, and you can see a picture of Mary Shaw upstairs. Mary Shaw was a pioneer educator and principal of a public grammar school for African-American children here in Flushing, and established the Shaw Reference Collection when she donated $1,000 in 1905 in her work. That's about $36,000 today, if you want to look at it, but that was instrumental, and we honor Mary Shaw upstairs with a plaque and a painting that had been commissioned for us. It is not many African-American women that we get to honor from that time period, and we are very fortunate that she was able to bestow her gift here on the library at that time. The official founding of what we consider the Queensborough Public Library was March of 1896. With the establishment of both Astoria, Long Island City, and Steinway, when they formed together to make a multi-branch library. It was formalized by the state in 1901, but we celebrated 1896. Why? Why are there 3 library systems in New York City? Why does Queens have to be on their own, and Brooklyn on their own, and New York Public on their own? Wonderful systems in and of themselves. But why? And that is because, if you figured out the dates yet, the establishment in 1896 predates the incorporation of New York City in 1898. And so we have kept 3 systems. It has worked wonderfully for the good people of New York City to have 3 library systems. We feed off each other, we make each other good. Iron does sharpen iron. Well, since then, our history has been one of expanding locations and expanding services. We had 7 at one point, 7 original Carnegie libraries here, thanks to Andrew Carnegie. I have to say that right. It is Carnegie. Unless you go to Carnegie Mellon, you have gotten a special dispensation from the Carnegie Foundation to call themselves that. I know because my oldest kid went there and he explained that to me. He says, I don't have to say Carnegie. Astoria, our oldest library, still around right now, 1905. Our Papahusen Library in College Point, Richmond Hill, and Woodhaven, which was the last Carnegie Library built in New York City. We also had a Carnegie Library here on this site in Flushing. And that is not here now. It was torn down, not by Director Zhang and I. We had a library in Carnegie Library in Far Rockaway, which burned down. And the Elmhurst Library, which was taken down to make for a Carnegie libraries are fantastic, but they are very, very difficult and not very practical in the 21st century. There is a beautiful library in Elmhurst, and we honor the original library that is there inside. The Ridgewood Library right here in Ridgewood in Queens was the first New York City library built exclusively with New York City funds. So that we have the Woodhaven Library that was built, last library with Carnegie funds, and then the city started to build libraries for us. In the 60s and 70s, we were mostly, Queens was growing, and we had these big libraries, but we had lots and lots of storefronts and mobile library service for the growing population here in Queens. And in the 1960s and 70s, there was a great movement to expand those services to now communities that were very well established that we know today. It was John Lindsay, Mayor of New York, that commissioned a lot of these libraries. We call them here in New York City, Lindsay boxes, because they were all pretty much the same, 7,500 square feet. They looked the same on the inside. They were very good until you need more than 7,500 square feet. And then they really have to be taken down because the way they were built, we could not build a second floor. They went up quick, they served their purpose, and now really we are investing in the community by building, we need at least 18,000 square feet at this point for what libraries are right now. Currently, we have 66 locations, 62 branches, a central library, a standalone team library in Far Rockaway, which is very unique. None of you could go in because you're not teenagers. We wouldn't let you include a teenager because that's the library that they need. We have a Queensbridge Tech Lab in Queensbridge. We have a Ravenswood Community Learning Center. We have 4 mobile libraries to serve when we do renovations. We have 7 adult learner centers. We are very busy. Every day, 24/7, we are open because of our, being able to provide virtual programming, e-materials. We are always open. 2.4 million residents in Queens are well served by our libraries. A little bit about Queens, 2.4 million people, just about half, were born outside the United States. Imagine that, that's 1.2 million people born outside the United States that live among us from almost every country in the world, speaking well over 100 different languages. We are, and not many people dispute us when we say we are the most diverse county in the United States. Maybe the world. This fiscal year, we're on track for 7 million in-person visits, 5 million web visits, electronic visits, 11 million items circulated, 900,000 people attending programs, and over 1.2 million questions answered. As we already said, Flushing is the busiest branch library in the United States. Large print collection, multimedia, what you'd expect from a library, programming from prenatal to older adults, after school enrichment and engagement, 24/7 virtual reference, e-collections, online programming. We are best known for the service that we provide to our newest immigrants and asylum seekers. We serve the residents with cultural, educational, informational, recreational programs and services. Our future is bright. We just finished a strategic refresh. For those of you who are really into strategic planning, we are very excited about the strategic refresh. Among other things, we have continued to invest in all the things that I spoke about, but really we have big concentrations for teens, for older adults, especially here in Queens. While most of New York State lost population, in the last census, we gained 100,000 people. And it is our older adult population now. So thank you.
No, yes, oh yeah.
Strategic plan also includes immigrants as well, and sustainability. More than just a buzzword, it is our future. And staff investment. We are touting here in Queens that we were recently, we did not go for this award, we were recently named by Forbes magazine as the, this doesn't sound as good, the 46th best place to work in the United States. I'd like to actually state that we are number 4 in New York State. That always sounds better, right? We are the 4th best place to work in New York State. We are the only public library in the United States that is on that list. We live our mission statement. Our mission statement, the Queens Public Library transforms lives by cultivating personal and intellectual growth and by building strong communities. Our vision is a vibrant, informed, cohesive, and empowered society. I would very much like to thank the organizers of this great event for this wonderful day and for helping us to fulfill our mission and vision. Thank you.
Thank you, indeed, to all of the staff here at the library who are welcoming from the very first moments, and set up yesterday as well. Look, we're very pleased to be here. This is a fact you may not initially think a Red Board Commission would meet. I think we would all agree like the Red Board Commission has been informed and inspired with our full mission. The unfinished revolution ideals in this country. This has been an extraordinary site to entertain the presentations and discussion that we've had today. And I just thank you very much for hosting us. And I look forward to finding some opportunity to return. I have a state review board for the National Register program that I think would probably love to be here as we see future New York City locations. I'm also reminded that I talked briefly earlier about the other commissions underway or the work is underway in New York. And Governor Hochul in December of 2024 held the first meeting of the Asian and Pacific Islanders Commission here in Queens in early December. And clearly you can understand the reason why that commission would launch in this most diverse place. Anyway, thank you for hosting us. Very, very much. It's been just a delight to be here. So, you want to introduce the last piece of the agenda?
Sure. I will say, as a Queens native, it just gives feedback, and I really credit the North Hills Library, the Little North Hills branch, for starting my journey in literacy. So, and again, I will also say Dennis Walcott hired me when I came back to New York. So I always hold him near and dear. So our very last item, if there's any member updates, any new business, and then we can talk a little bit about our next meeting. But also I want to recognize Commissioner Moy, who came in, and so thank you for joining us, Commissioner.
This is my hometown. Yeah, this is actually one of my home branches.
Thank you. Lots of Queens people here. So members, commission members, are there any updates or any new business you'd like to bring up? I know we covered a lot today.
One thing I'll just add, if anybody is interested in seeing Father Anonymous, Dr. Blecker said, just put in 250 as the code and you'll get $10 off. And so, And I think maybe having a talk back on the 14th and the 15th, which Flag Day is on the 14th. It's also the first day of voting here in New York City, if you're interested in the mayoral race. And then the 15th is Sunday, so if you want to come to the city on Sunday, you can go see the flag. Hero that nobody heard of.
Thank you.
Well, I just want to say thank you to Jack Stevenson for coming to present to us today on this presentation. Great presentation, and his cards are going around. And also I have to thank Tyler for representing Long Island well. And I want to shout out to Sarah Peltz, who's the president of Long Island Historical Societies and also the director of Southampton Historical Society, who's here with us today.
I'm also from Queen.
I have an item I'd like to, please, yes. So, Connie, your newsletter arrived in my, the Westchester 250 newsletter arrived in my inbox within the last day or two. I'm not exactly sure. And, you know, once again, the newsletter is full of events of all sorts that you've been a catalyst for. When you go to the New York State 250th website events calendar, unfortunately, what's listed there is several events in February 2025. So I just want to note that we have respective responsibilities to upload. That's at the agency level, that is at the site specific level within the park system. That is, you know, from each of our respective regions and affiliations, we need to get the events calendar on the Red 450 page. I compare that with the extraordinary work that the Bicentennial Commission is doing. That page is just blowing up with commemorative events on a community by community basis across the canal corridor, up and down the Hudson River as well, because the Hudson Canal certainly linked Buffalo to New York, not just to Albany. I want to challenge ourselves to reach the level of energy and affiliation that the Canal Bicentennial is achieving in its bicentennial year. So, Rob.
Yeah, and I will add to that that the New York 250 calendar, ilovenyyork.com, already has 30 events looking forward. So that's good. But I would reiterate, people can go there themselves and fill out the online form to have any event they're doing listed. Or they could work with their county tourism promotion agency, which will get them not only on their county tourism website, but also on ours as well. So I echo whatever commission members can do, working with your stakeholders to ensure, to encourage them to get their events on the website, but there isn't too bad considering the time.
And we'll get a closer coordination between the commission's event calendar and New York. So we know things are happening. It's clear from your respective newsletters and others that I see. I just think that we can amplify and call greater attention to those events, more success for each of those events, leading to higher profile for the commission's work, higher profile for the commission's needs. We'll certainly discuss this morning. And we want to be visible, and the events calendar is an absolutely essential piece of being visible and available to the public at large.
Now that we have an approved budget plan, one of the items is using that funding for administrative costs to do things exactly like you're talking about, Dan, and to make sure that we're reaching out to the county commissions, getting those events on the website, even doing pitches around social media, and with our partners in educational TV as well.
Motion to adjourn.
So we have a
next meeting.
So we anticipate the next meeting will be in September. Although, based on the motion on the resolution this morning, we will be in touch between now and then to get approval for our spending plan. But we were thinking potentially of going back upstate, I believe, in the capital. Oh, sorry.
Dr. Allen has suggested perhaps posting us.
It would be, it's SUNY Maritime College, got great space and good technology. Now I'm talking big because I'm not an events people, but a couple of phone calls, I think that could happen.
I thought you were gonna offer to sail us upstate.
Yeah. So there's a lot of possibilities there. I'm not the one to connect with them right now, but I'm gonna throw it out to them.
Absolutely, I think that would, I think a lot of the members are from downstate. We just want to make sure we're geographically representative, but hopefully we'll have lots of more meetings. But no, we appreciate that all.
Good parking and safest 55 acres in New York State.
That's right.
I just want to make, I have noted that for our next meeting, if we can have all agenda items prior to, because there are a few commissioners who are not here. And had they known that we would have had this very important vote today, they would have tried to make their plans to be here, and I received those communications. So just in terms of process and moving forward, that we have a full agenda and everyone is aware of what's going to be voted on, especially if it's required by the commission.
Absolutely, and we do apologize for not getting those materials out sooner. I think the extenuating circumstances of the budget certainly played into that, but no excuse. Very well pointed out.
I think, just to note, we will be circulating some dates for, in effect, the next regular meeting. But clearly the morning budget discussion, spoke to the need for a potential convening in advance of that date, possibly in advance of that date, to review and present and review and decide that SED will be using. To that end, I just want to note that it's not just about setting a date and time, but we will be required, even if we potentially attempt a remote meeting, we will be required to identify sites that are publicly accessible. You will not be able to participate with your home or office. We will need to coordinate, it could be complex, but likely worth doing, sort of a multi-site publicly noticed meeting. We will have to give 60 days meeting notice to that, so we will begin planning for potential date very immediately, so that we can accommodate the open meeting laws needs in that regard. So we will be right on that, probably starting tomorrow. So now, motion to adjourn.
Oh, I would just, before we do, sorry, I do want to also give thanks to Bill Gittner from State Parks. A lot of this work happens because of Bill. You might be sitting over there. Thank you.
No one has entered a motion to adjourn. I have a second. Second, Christine, thank you. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
We have our own rule. No, yeah, you got it. I have to go along my table, down right here. That was assumed. It was in the. Oh, okay. I think they're pretty sorry it could be.
No, not at all.
Really appreciate that. Still on my $16 parking. How much longer?
You gotta run if you wanna make